Morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. Shabbat Shalom. Hi, Peggy. Hi, Phyllis. Shelly, William, hello.
Good to see everybody. Where's Raul hiding?
He took Oliver for a potty.
Okay.
He'll be back in a minute. Hi, Kinsley.
Hi.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
How you doing, Peggy?
I'm good. How are you?
We're good, thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it very much.
It's always good to have somebody by your side.
Yeah, it is.
My husband's been gone for 9 years, and it's been a kind of a lonesome time.
It can be. I'm sorry. Yeah. Place.
But we have Yahusha.
Yeah, that's our strength every day. That's what we're always going after.
Yes. Trying to get over the death of my oldest son.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, well, we know how that is, right?
Yeah. I don't know how long my phone will let me be on here, but I'll stay long as it will.
Well, it's always good seeing you. I know we've been gone for a while too. We've been busy going back and forth between Florida. And then once we got back here to Texas, we've just been busy rearranging things and getting organized. So it's been busy, but we decided that we're just going to take the day off today and kind of relax because we actually have a trip coming up next week where we're going to California. We're going to be gone for a couple more weeks. So busy.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. Hi, Raul.
Hello, everyone. Doggies had me working. How's everybody doing?
Great, brother.
Good.
We're good. We're good. Beautiful weather today. 60, like 3 degrees, beautiful sky. So nice.
It's 46 here in Pueblo, but it'll get warmer. Come on.
Can't hear us, Phyllis? We can't hear you either.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, well, yeah, I can hear you.
I guess it's Phyllis.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't hear her either because she's got her mic on though. I guess Phyllis beat Phil again. Kinsley, how the new house coming along?
We haven't gotten a chance to move over there yet. My husband wasn't feeling well, so we're hoping to plan to move over there soon. We know.
Oh, now I can hear people. Hi. Can you hear me?
Hello, Phyllis.
You know, I thought maybe I was in another world, another dimension. How you doing, Peggy?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm thrilled to be here. I can see with both eyes.
Yeah, me too. Only I have to wear these readers.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, I had my eyes done in August.
and they when I had my eyes done, the doctor adjusted my astigmatism so I could read without.
Good. Thank you for all the things you send me.
Oh, you're welcome. We love sharing.
I appreciate it.
You're welcome, sweetheart.
I'm excited to get started with the next CD. I haven't done it yet, but I'm really excited.
You were pleased with the first one?
Yeah.
Good. I'll let Adam know.
I always get 2 at a time and share them with my daughter.
I was wondering why you got 2 of them. I figured, well, I knew you were going to share it. I was wondering who.
Yeah, my oldest, she's into trying to get set in the way and follow Yahusha, but she's having a little problems. Kinsley, I used to see you on Matt's show.
Yeah, when he stopped doing the show, he was telling everyone they should try to start their own, and I tried like at that time, but I wasn't really fully ready yet. So a couple years later, I started my own channel.
Good for you.
Thanks.
You're doing really good with it, Kinsley. You're doing great.
Thanks. I'll put the name in the chat for you.
I don't know why my phone keeps going dark. I might have to get off of here.
Well, we would miss you.
I'll still be in the chat, but it's just crazy. When I would get the satellite, I have no Wi-Fi except my phone, but it would cost me quite a bit, and I can't figure out. Well, Sandra told me about one I might check into, but since my son died and he's the one that owns this house I'm in, I may have to move, so you never know. So I'm staying with my phone.
Well, who inherited his?
It's his wife, my daughter-in-law.
So
far, she's keeping the place, but you never know what's going to happen. So I just go with the flow.
Well, I hope everything works out for you. I know Yahusha's got something planned.
Yeah, I know too. I don't know what I don't understand, but it'll be, as he wants it.
You know, Sister Peggy, you are an amazingly strong woman. I admire you.
Thank you. All esteem to Yahusha, because if it wasn't for him, I'd be falling apart. I just keep trying to do what he wants me to. Next Sunday, I'm having all my family here. It's the Sunday after this weekly holiday, I guess you call it. But all the kids are going to be here except one of my daughters. So it'll be a house full bunch of little girls.
Oh.
I've got a bunch of great granddaughters. I love them all. And I'm grateful. I'm grateful.
I'm sure you'll be very happy.
Oh, yeah, I'm getting ready for it. Raul, when you coming to Pueblo?
No plans right now, but you never know how things
Yeah,
work.
when you come this way, let me know.
We will, Peggy.
Yeah, I was raised here, but I've been in and out of the state all my life, so I've lived different places. But I think I'll stay here now.
You're in Pueblo?
But you know where the airport is?
I think I drove signs for it. I fell in love with your train station at downtown. It's beautiful.
Yeah, well, I'm out towards the airport in the county on 28th lane off of Highway 96.
The friend I have out there is towards that jail that's out there, that famous federal large jail that's out there. He's on that road there.
Oh, okay. That's towards Canyon City.
Yes. It's before there, but yes, because when we went out there, we rented I guess you call a VRBO that was in Canyon City.
Yeah.
So when we would go from his house back to where we were staying, we would go by that jail.
Yeah, that's in Florence. I know about everything in this state.
Okie dokie. About time to get started here now. There's still people trickle in, but we got to get started. Finish this up today.
He was waiting for you, Phil.
Hi,
Phil-
Phil.
Yeah, I know. I looked at the
Phil
clock.
came
I'm
in
like,
last
darn
place.
it. I know that Phyllis is in there. I looked right away, but it was too late. I was bragging last night that I was going to own it, and I didn't. That's what you get. That's what I get for doing that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, guys, let's get started here, man. All righty, so we're going to wrap it all up today. Revelations 20:21-22. Shabbat Shalom, everybody. Now, last week, we kind of went a little overboard. I mean, we did 6 chapters in that last study. And so I think we kind of rushed through things a little bit. And as I was thinking about that this morning and looking back over last week, I realized that we had left a couple loose ends, a couple minor things that's not really that important. But one thing that we did leave out that was important. So I just want to kind of go back over that and touch on that before we get into our today's study. So what that was if you all recall, we were talking about how Armageddon, the vials were Armageddon, and it was the short story and everything. And we were comparing that perhaps it would be a localized or regional type war rather than a world war that would touch all the continents. It would be more localized in the Middle East. And it would be Yahuwah defending his people against the armies of the anti-Mashiach and Satan. And so we were comparing these plagues of Egypt, trying to show that this regional army that took place or war that took place in Egypt wasn't wasn't spread around the world. It was localized in Egypt against enemies of his people. And so when Yahuwah fought for his people to free them from Egypt, he did so with plagues. Some people count it as 10 plagues. Some count the plagues as 7 with several other events. But nevertheless, it was isolated. It only happened in Egypt. It didn't happen around the world. And so this is probably a type or foreshadowing of the Armageddon. And so we can expect it to be more localized or regional. So what we left out really was when we were talking about the 7th messenger in the hail. Remember the great hailstorm that took place after the 7th messenger poured out his bowl. And the great hailstorm from the heaven fell upon men, every hailstone about the weight of a talent, which is 125 pounds. And men blasphemed Yahuwah in the plague of the hail because the plague was exceedingly great. And then there was some thoughts brought up that perhaps this would be the mountains, pieces of the mountain falling down on people or something, and not real hail. But it says hail quite a few times here. And so the thing that we want to compare it to, this is what we forgot to do, was the plagues in Egypt, the great hail that was comprehensible to this hail would be in Exodus 9:18. So let's go to Exodus 9:18, wrap this up. So Exodus 9:18. it really goes on down through that chapter. I mean, this is really actually, this chapter is an amazing chapter. But at 18, it does say that, see, tomorrow about this time, I am causing very heavy hail to rain down, such as has not been in Mitzrayim from the day of its founding until now. And then it goes down to 19, says, the hail shall come down on every man and every beast which is found in the field and is not brought home, and they shall die. And then it goes down into 22 and says, stretch out your hand toward the Shemaim and let there be hail in all the land of Mitzrayim. And then down to 23, then Moshe stretched out his rod toward the Shemaim, and Yahuwah sent thunder and hail and fire came down to the Eretz, and Yahuwah rained hail on the land of Mitzrayim. Thus there came to be hail and fire, flashing continually in the midst of the hail, very heavy, such as had not been in the land of Mitzrayim since it became a nation. And then down to 26, it says, only in the land of Goshen, where the children of Israel were, there was no hail. So this hail didn't fall on the camps of the children of Israel, only on their enemies, which was the Mitzrites. Okay, and then down to 28 says, pray to Yahuwah, for there has been enough of the thunder and hail of Elohim, and I am letting you go so that you stay no longer. So this is the Pharaoh. I should back up to 27. Pharaoh then sent and called for Moshe and Aaron and said to them, I have sinned this time. Yahuwah is righteous, and my people and I are wrong. Pray to Yahuwah, for there has been enough of the thunder and the hail of Elohim, and I will let you go. Okay, so here Pharaoh is admitting that he's sinned and he's wrong, and we can see that there's this is a real hailstorm, which would be the type or foreshadow of what's happening when the seventh bowl is poured out. So you see that? Now here's something that I want to point out that's really amazing. 29, and Moses said to him, as soon as I go out of the city, let me spread out my hands to Yahuwah, let the thunder cease and the hail be no more, so that you know that the Eretz belongs to Yahuwah. But as far as you and your servants, I know that you do not yet fear before Yahuwah Elohim. And the flax and the barley were smitten, for the barley was in the head and the flax was in bud. But the wheat and the spelt were not smitten, for they were late crops. And Moshe went out of the city from Pharaoh and spread out his hands to Yahuwah, and the thunder and the hail ceased, and the rain was not poured on the Eretz. Now here's the amazing part. And Pharaoh saw that the rain and the hail and the thunder had ceased. Yet he sinned again, and he hardened his heart, he and his servants. And the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, and he did not let the children of Israel go, as Yahuwah had said through Moshe. So this brings to my mind here, not only that this is a shadow of the seventh bowl, but notice that Pharaoh said he felt sorrowful. He had repentance, remorse. He said, I admit I sinned. Me and my people are wrong. Tell Yahuwah to stop all this hail and we'll let you go, right? And then all of a sudden, once he's seen Yahuwah stop the hail and the rain, Pharaoh didn't let them go. And so what this reminds me is of someone who's in trouble, someone who's having some problems in life. Maybe they went to prison. Maybe they went bankrupt. Maybe they had a relationship breakup, divorce, something. Okay, maybe there was a loss, some huge loss in their life. Okay, and so they pray to Yahuwah to help them. Get me out of this jam. Get me out of this trouble. I'll be good. I admit I'm wrong. Help me, help me, help me. So then when Yahuwah does it and he helps them, and they're out of trouble, okay, their distress is over. What do? they forget all about Yahuwah and go right back to their old lifestyle and start doing what they were doing before. This is the same exact thing he did, and this is exact same thing that a lot of the people that cry out to Yahuwah to help them do. They forget all about Yahuwah. Even the people that are enriched, that he gives the power to be wealthy to, once they pray for that and he gives it to them, they forget all about Yahuwah, who gave them the power to be wealthy, and they forget all about him. So what happens? They lose their eternal destination. They're not going to be in the reign of Yahuwah. They're going to go into the lake of fire, where there's going to be gnashing and weeping of the teeth, the outer darkness. What an amazing story that is, really, in Exodus 9. Should read the whole chapter if you get a chance. So anyway, so now we can see that these bowls do coincide or parallel the plagues of Egypt, in which tells us then, or at least highly recommended to us that the bowls can be compared to the plagues of Egypt in the sense that it's going to be a regional war, a localized war within that region. Okay, so we have the boils with the blains and the grievous sores. We have the sea, the river, fountains of water became blood. And then we have the water turned into blood in Egypt. So the kingdom of the beast was full of darkness in the bowls. And then in Egypt, there was great darkness. And then great hail. The size of a talent, 125-pound balls falling down on top of your head. And then in Egypt, there was great hail, which we had just read. So what is this telling us? Yahuwah's fingerprints are all over this, all over these bowls. We know it's the, down here in Revelations 15 and 16, both. It says that these 7 golden bowls are filled with the wrath of Yahuwah. Okay, so go and pour out the bowls of the wrath of Yahuwah. See, so we know that they're the wrath of Yahuwah. So what's this telling us? Well, Yahuwah's fingerprints is all over this battle. He's fighting for his people in Armageddon, just like he was fighting for his people in Egypt. You see the comparison? Don't make the mistake. Yes, World War III and Armageddon are both going to be biological, chemical, and nuclear warfare. So it's going to be a nuclear war, biological war, and a chemical war, the likes that the world has never seen, which is almost unbelievable after we went through World War III. But it's going to top World War III. And it's going to be totally mind-blowing. We can't even understand it or foresee it in our minds. It's a catastrophe. And the carnage will be unbelievable in that area too. But it's not going to be on every single continent, Armageddon. Everybody thinks Armageddon's worldwide, and it's on the brink of the earth is going to be annihilated and wiped out. But really, it's Israel, Yahuwah's people, that's on the brink of annihilation, not the entire world. The entire world will lay waste pretty much because of World War III. I mean, we're talking within a few years here, in time frame of these two wars. So there's not going to be any room to breathe. Going to be pretty much piggybacked. Okay, so I just wanted to wrap that up. Anybody got any questions or comments on any of that? No? Yes? Phyllis?
Is there any indication how much time between World War III and Armageddon?
I'm sorry?
Is there any indication how much time between World War III and Armageddon?
No. There's really not, but I'm going to, in my humble opinion, World War III happens before the anti-Mashiach comes on the world stage. Okay, so he comes on in the middle of the week. We know that. Scripture does allow us that knowledge. So the anti-Mashiach shows up in the middle of the week in 3.5 years. 7 years, 3.5 years, the middle of the week, right? Okay, so I think that World War III happens before the anti-Mashiach comes on the stage, because I believe that the devastation, the carnage of World War III is what allows the anti-Mashiach to come on the world stage. It ushers him, the World War III ushers him in and allows him to take control because of the mass devastation on the planet at that particular time, you know. So at that point, then, when he shows up in the middle of the week, we know for sure we got like 3 years to the Battle of Armageddon. 3.5 years to the second coming of Yahusha. The Battle of Armageddon is going to be very short, but devastating. It may be the last 6 months of the final 3.5 years of the latter times, but it could also be the last month, because it says for 1 hour. Remember when we read that? 1 hour? That's a very short period of time. That could be just a month. Armageddon lasts. It's going to come fast and furious. All right. And Yahuwah is going to fight for his people. He's going to defend his people at Armageddon against the army of the anti-Mashiach and the false prophet, the worldwide army that's going to unite and march against Jerusalem and his people and try to kill Yahusha, meet him at his second coming and kill him. That's why they're heading to Jerusalem. So that's going to all happen within 1 hour. So I would say probably the last month prior to the second coming of Yahusha. I'll widen it out to the last 6 months, but I believe it's going to be a shorter period of time, 1 month, really. Okay. So I would say at least probably 3 years in between them two wars. Now, it really doesn't say. So the anti-Mashiach could come on the world stage first, and then World War III, and then Armageddon, which would shorten that gap up. It really doesn't tell us. But for him to come on the world stage and take total control, like he's going to, it has something really bad. There has to be something really bad happen for him to take advantage of. Otherwise, I don't see how one person come on the world stage and take control of the world. See what I'm saying? It has to be a catastrophe of unequal proportions for him to be able to do that. And that's why, in my opinion, World War III comes first, but Scripture doesn't confirm that. World War III could be after him coming on the world stage, as far as we know. Anybody else? How you doing, Kinsley? You hanging in there?
Yeah, I've been doing pretty good.
Okay, good. And I see the two lovebirds are with us today.
Yes, Little Bean and Roscoe's on the couch.
Okay.
Oh, he came over. Hey, buddy.
All righty. So let's start today's lesson. Yeah, Ted, I wish you'd come in and read for us a little bit. You got a clear voice, and it's easy for people to follow along with you. So we like having you in here reading, but if you don't want to, that's fine too. You and Mom can be incognito. So now we're going to wrap this all up. So here now we've gone through, starting from Revelations 4 through 19, at least halfway through 19. Yehukanan has shared with the readers of all the events and that's going to be happening in the last days leading up to the return of Yahusha. He's sharing the condition of the world the world's going to be in, the type of government the world's going to be, one world government, one world religion, communist, the powers to be that'll be on the earth when Yahusha returns. He's sharing that there'll be two world wars. The first one, World War III. Two wars. World War III will kill 1/3 of mankind, cause huge devastation and carnage, followed up by Armageddon, the mark of the beast, a one world dictator, and eventually going after fully destroy and annihilate and genocide the people of Israel. And so he shared a lot with us all the way up to this point. Now, in signs, some of the astral signs we'll be seeing at this time, and other different types of signs and prophecies that would be fulfilled by this time, and all this. So now, up into 20, as we reach the last 3 chapters, Yahuwah then kind of takes and wraps it all up in a way that everything up to this point was leading up, telling us all the events and the world conditions and so forth and so on that was leading up to the revealing of Yahusha, or his second coming, or the day of Yahuwah, right? Now, in these last 3, he's going to kind of take and wrap everything up and say, okay, that all this has happened. Now here came Yahusha. Yahusha's back. The day of Yahuwah was here. Now what's going to happen? And so he reveals the revelation of Yahusha fully, wide open in 2021 and 22. If you kind of get what I'm saying. Okay. So we kind of have to backtrack a little bit, kind of like, I don't know, I guess, maybe halfway up here on 19, where he say it, verse 14, 1914. We kind of got to begin there, and that'll bring us into the flow again of Yahuwah wrapping this all up. Okay, so what it does here, this is definitely in chronological order at this point. So everything that he's revealing now is like bam, 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 bam. It's all going to happen exactly the way he's saying it here. Okay, and I kind of calculated that there was about, let's see, give or take 1 or 2, about 17 steps, if you will, after Yahusha comes, leading to the end, to eternal reign. Okay. So right about 1914 is where we need to begin today. And that'll help us flow into chapter 20, and you'll be able to see the chronological order here. Okay. Who wants to do that? Read half of 19 again for us. Go ahead, Phil.
Okay, the dog's right here. So, verse 14, and the armies in the heaven, dressed in fine linen, white and clean, followed him on white horses. And out of the mouth goes a sharp sword, and with it should smite the nations. And he shall shepherd them with a rod of iron, and he treads the winepress of the fierceness and wrath of Al Shaddai. And on his robe and on his thigh he has a name written, Sovereign of Sovereigns, Master of Masters. And I saw one messenger standing in the sun, and cried with a loud voice, saying to all the birds that fly mid-heaven, come and gather for the supper of the great Yahuwah, to eat the flesh of sovereigns, and the flesh of commanders, and the flesh of strong ones, and the flesh of horses, and of those who sit on them, and the flesh of all people, free and slave, both small and great. And I saw the behemoth and the sovereigns of the Rets and their
Hang
armies.
Hang on.
Okay.
I'm sorry, my mic was off.
That's all right.
Okay, so obviously, then this is the second coming of Yahusha. So all the signs and everything that he shared with us don't matter anymore, because those were just the events leading up to the second coming. So here we are, we're at the second coming. So we can forget about all that. So now we're going from the second coming of Yahusha now to the eternal reign. This is what it's really all about. Those other events that we read, all them other chapters, were just the events leading up to this main event, the grand finale. Okay. So see here where it says in 14, the armies of the heaven, dressed in fine linen, white and clean, followed him on white horses. Who are they? Who's the army of in the heaven that's following Yahusha coming back on white horses? Go ahead, Phyllis.
The messengers, the angels.
Yes, that's exactly who it is. Okay. A lot of people try to tell you that these are the people that were raptured. There is no rapture. Okay. There was only a first resurrection and a second resurrection. So this has brought us to the Yahusha coming back. And then when he comes back, coming together for the supper of the great Yahuwah, to eat the flesh of sovereigns and the flesh of commanders. So what's that? Flesh of all people, for both small and great. What's this? What's that? Okay, so he's coming back on white horses, and all of a sudden he's calling, gathering together all these birds and everything for the supper of the great Yahuwah. What does that mean? To eat the flesh of the kings and the flesh of the commanders, the flesh of the strong ones, the flesh of horses, no sitting on them, the horsemen, and the flesh of all people, free and slave, both small and great. What's going on here? What is that? Remember, this is right after, at the coming of Yahusha. Go ahead, Phyllis.
It reminds me of when he said where the birds are gathered. No, where the dead bodies are, the birds are gathered, or something like that. That was early on in a prophecy.
Yeah, so this is the people that are fighting or are involved in what? What's the last war mankind will ever fight?
Armageddon.
Armageddon. Going to be great carnage, great death, devastation. Okay, so now let's look at the second step here. So that this is the first one, the return of Yahusha, gathering everybody to battle for Armageddon to fight against the anti-Mashiach and his army. Okay. All right. So go ahead, Phil. Number 2. We'll start there at 19. And this number 2, number 1 stuff, that's just me. Okay. You guys, you may number these events differently but this is how I numbered them. Okay. So go ahead, Phil.
Chapter 19, verse 19. And I saw the behemoth and the sovereigns of the Arets and their armies gathered together to fight him who sat on the horse and his army. And the behemoth was seized, and with him the false prophet who worked signs in his presence, by which he led astray those who received the mark of the behemoth and those who worshipped his image. And the 2 were thrown alive into the lake of fire burning with sulfur. And the rest were killed by the sword, which came from the mouth of him who sat on the horse, and all the birds were filled with their flesh.
Okay, stop. Okay, so this goes on and explains what happens in the war. Okay, And so we see that the beast and his armies gathered together to fight with Yahusha. That's why they went there. They wanted to meet him as he was returning so they could try to kill him. Okay. And his army. And then so Yahusha seizes the beast and the false prophet who worked signs in the presence of the beast, and and all those in his army that worshipped the beast or the image of the beast, and the two were thrown into the lake of fire burning with sulfur. So the behemoth, the false prophet. So that means these are two individuals that were thrown into the lake of fire. Okay, and at the end of this war, so they were conquered by Yahusha. Okay, and really, verse 21 I have as the third step, and the rest were killed with the sword which came from the mouth of him who sat on the horse, and all the birds were filled with their flesh. And so the army of the beast and the false prophet that marched on Jerusalem at Armageddon were killed just by the words of Yahuwah. They dropped dead, and the birds were all gathered together to start eating the carnage of all the people that were laying there dead. Okay. Don't forget that the scripture prophesies that Israel will elect the Samson option, and they will nuke the army of the beast right at the second coming of Yahusha, and he shields it. Okay, he shields the nuclear blast from destroying Jerusalem and his people, but he allows it to destroy the army of the beast. Remember last week when we read that, Zechariah? Okay, so there's no need to go back there and see that again, is there? Everybody remembers that? Okay. All right, so that brings us up to now what happens next. Okay, remember this is all in chronological order. So Yahusha returns. He captures the beast and false prophet, throws them in the lake of fire and their army is destroyed. Okay, and then the birds are now gathered together, the birds of the Yerets, and they're eating the flesh of those who lay slain in Jerusalem and Israel. Okay? So what's the next step? Who wants to read chapter 20? Remember, this is all happening after the second coming now. So we're here now. Then no more events. We don't worry about the events leading to the second coming. We're just talking about that. So why are we talking about Armageddon? Because that's what's happening when he returns. That's why. He returns at the Battle of Armageddon. That's why we're still talking about Armageddon. So now what happens? He just fought Armageddon and he won. He defended his people, just like he defended his people in Egypt. When he freed them from slavery, from bondage. He's freeing these people from the anti-Mashiach and the false prophet attacking them. I'm going to try to wipe them out, kill him. So he's won this battle. And now in 20, we get to learn what comes next. Who wants to read that? Go ahead, Phyllis.
And I saw a messenger coming down from the heaven, having the key to the pit of the deep and a great chain in his hand. And he seized the dragon, the serpent of old, who is the devil and Shaitan, and bound him for 1,000 years. And he threw him into the pit of the deep and shut him up, and set a seal on him so that he should lead the nations no more astray until the 1,000 years were ended. And after that, he has to be released for a little while.
Okay, hang on now. All right. So what is this when it says he sees the dragon and serpent of old, who is the devil and Satan, and pound him for 1,000 years? What's that telling us right there? What's that mean?
The millennial reign.
That's the start of the millennium reign, isn't it? So that 1,000 years of imprisonment is during the 1,000-year millennium reign of Yahusha. That's why it's a 1,000-year period, imprisonment period. Okay, so now we got the false prophet, the beast, Anamishiach, thrown in the lake of fire. We got the devil chained up and shut up and a seal put on him. He's in the pit of the deep. And he's got to be there for 1,000 years. That's where we're at right now. So this would be then, we could safely say, the beginning of the millennium reign has come. Right? All right. Okay, let's continue on then.
And he sees the dragon, the serpent of old, who is the devil and Shaitan, and bound him for 1,000 years. And he threw him into the pit of the deep and shut him up and set a seal on him so that he should not lead the nations no more astray until 1,000 years were ended. And after that, he has to be released for a little while. And I saw thrones, and they sat on them, and judgment was given to them. And the lives of those who had been beheaded because of the witness they bore to Yahusha, and because of the word of Yahuwah, and who did not worship the Behemoth, nor his image, and did not receive his mark upon their foreheads or upon their hands. And they lived and reigned with Mashiach 1,000 years. And the rest of the dead did not come to life until the 1,000 years were ended. Wow. Okay. This is the first resurrection.
Okay, stop right there. Okay, so now the devil's been put away, imprisoned, and now where the first resurrection took place. Okay, and that first resurrection is of who? Who is it?
Yahusha.
The bride.
The bride. And how do we know that? We go back up to verse 4. By the way, verse 4 is where I have step number 5. Okay, in this conclusion of Revelations, if you will. Okay, now you got to look at this very carefully. Okay, in verse 4 it says, and I saw thrones. That's plural. That's more than one. And they, which is plural, sat on them, which is plural, and judgment was given to them. Okay, and then you see that dash right there that breaks that sentence and tells you that he's changing subjects. He's no longer referring to these ones that sat on these thrones. So that right there to where that dash is, everybody seen the dash? That's talking about who? Go ahead, Raul.
The 24?
No. What you said before. So this is speaking of the bride. This is the bride. And I saw thrones, and they sat on them, and the judgment was given to them. So during the millennium reign, remember, we're in the millennium reign now. And the next step here is the bride is sitting on thrones with Yahuwah, with Yahusha, right? On the thrones, and they are doing what?
Judging?
They're judging with him. They're judging. Not only are they judging, they're kings and priests with Yahuwah. Why? because they're his body. See that? So this is the 144,000 sitting on 144,000 thrones, with Yahusha being the 145th. Judging with him. We're ruling with Yah during the millennium reign. His bride rules as queen with her husband, who is the king, during the 1,000-year millennium reign. And then after the dash, it says, and the lives of those who had been beheaded because of the witness they bore to Yahusha and because of the word of Yahuwah, who did not worship the beast nor his image, did not receive the mark upon their foreheads or upon their hand. And they lived and reigned with Mashiach for 1,000 years. Okay, so speaking of the bride again, there's reigning. Okay, so what this then is others. Okay, this is another group. These are the ones that were beheaded during the tribulation years for not taking the mark of the beast. They were beheaded. They weren't the bride, but they were beheaded. You see that? So the four before the dash is the bride. After the dash are others, or another group, or another flock, if you will. But apparently here, they're very close to the bride. These ones have been beheaded. They're near. They're very near to the bride. Have they received immortality? Yeah, they have to have. If they've been resurrected, they have into the millennium reign, they must have immortality along with the bride. That's why they're so near to the bride here. Is everybody seeing that? This is kind of a secret that nobody really has ever seen. Most people haven't seen this or know anything about this. Go ahead, Raul.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Does it mean that those that are the bride never die? They're alive at the end?
Some, only some. Some have died and they were resurrected. Remember the first resurrection?
Oh, I was confused because I thought the resurrected were the ones that were beheaded in the 1,000 year.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's two groups. So the bride, the ones that have died in Mashiach is the first ones that get resurrected and get immortality. They've died with the Ruach in them, right? The seed in them. The ones that remain alive at the time, speaking of the ones that are counted among the bride, or the 144,000, are changed in the blink of an eye. But the dead in Mashiach rise first. And then the ones that remain alive, remember after 10 days, they get transformed into immortality as well. And then they fly away together to meet him in the clouds as he's descending down upon the Mount of Olives at Armageddon with his army of Malachim. That's the 144. These other ones, this is another group totally. These are the ones that refused the mark of the beast, refused to bow down to his image. They refused to follow the beast, man. And so they were beheaded. Okay. And so it sounds like here that this group, we'll find out later on, is huge. You can't even count them. There's so many, you can't count them. Their numbers can't be counted. So a lot of people are going to be beheaded for not taking the mark. But this is another group. Can some of the bride that are alive at the time be beheaded for refusing the mark? Oh, absolutely. I'm sure. But the scripture does tell us that not to harm those who have the mark of Yahuwah on their forehead. Remember that? So that's, I guess, would be up to you, your own interpretation, whether or not you believe that those who have the mark of Yahuwah on their forehead can be beheaded for not taking the image, or are they totally protected and they're not allowed to be touched? I got my opinion on that. I guess you could study and come up with your own opinion on that. What you think? Okay. But there's going to be a lot of people refusing to worship the beast in his image, and they are going to be beheaded. And that's this other group after the dash. Now, are they going to be resurrected at the beginning of the millennium reign? It sounds like they're going to be there. I don't think they're going to be sitting on the thrones, but I think they're going to be very close to the bride, so close that I do believe they receive immortality, their immortal bodies at that particular time. So millennium reign seems to going to be full of flesh and blood people, humans in fleshly bodies, and immortal people in their immortal bodies together in the millennium reign. Is everybody seeing that? Anybody got any different thoughts on that? Okay. And then it says, and the rest of the dead did not come to life until the 1,000 years were ended. So this is the first resurrection. So the first resurrection then must include those who have died in Mashiach, those who are alive at the time of his second coming, that are his bride, and all those that were beheaded during the tribulation years that refused to bow down to the image of the beast is involved in this first resurrection. That's what it says. This is the first resurrection. And the rest of the dead did not come to life until the 1,000 years were ended. So who would they be? Who's the rest of the dead that doesn't come alive in the first resurrection, but they will at the second resurrection? Who are they? If the first resurrection encompass the bride and all those that were beheaded for refusing to bow to the beast, okay, then who is left to be the second resurrection people? Go ahead, Phyllis.
I hope they're the ones who are going to get a second chance. That they haven't made up their mind on earth, but they will when they come to see face to face with their Creator. They'll look upon the one they have pierced.
Well, the ones that are going to look on the one they pierced are the ones that are still alive when he comes back. The Israelites and around Jerusalem and stuff, when he comes back, they're going to look upon him who he had pierced. When he comes back and saves them at the end of the army of Armageddon. My personal opinion, okay, is that at the second resurrection, which is the white throne judgment, ain't nobody going to get another second chance. Their fate has been sealed. They're either in the Lamb's book of life or not. At the judgment, because once Yahuwah is judged, nobody's going to have any excuses. They're going to remain silent. Nobody's going to have anything to say because they're going to know that his right rulings is true. He either judged the mallet came down in their favor, and they're going to be part of the other flock coming to the reign, or it's going to go down against them, and they're going to be thrown into outer darkness. And they're not going to have anything to say because they know they're going to deserve it either way. There's not going to be any chance for rebuttal or, cross-examination or any of that kind of stuff. Yahuwah has judged at that point. He's just going to hand out the judgment, to each person. That's it. Go ahead, Raul.
No, you answered it right there. I was going to say, so that is the day that he judges, and you either go one way or the other.
Yeah, there's going to be no need for a defense attorney. Yahuwah knows it all. He knows if you deserve life or death. There's nothing left to say, man. Yahuwah knows every single word you spoke, every thought you ever thought, every word to come out of your mouth. He knows it all. There's no need for a defense attorney. Yahuwah's going to be a righteous judge. See what I'm saying? There's no second chance. It's either you're in the book of life or you're not. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I have to leave. I'll be back.
Okay. All right. So who are the rest of the dead who does not come to life until the 1,000 years is over? Who are they? Somebody.
Wouldn't it be everybody? So he can judge?
It'd be everybody else for sure, right? So the first resurrection are those are the bride. They were judged while they walked the dust. All right. They received the Ruach HaKodesh. They entered into the eternal covenant. They engrafted into Israel. They became the bride. Whether they were alive when he came or they had died, they're still the bride. Right. So that's 144. They're part of the first resurrection. And those who were beheaded during the tribulation years will be part of that first resurrection. So everybody else, those who took the mark of the beast or worshiped the image of the beast, those who didn't believe in Yahuwah, all those that are going to be judged by their conscience or by nature or by Torah, it doesn't matter. It's going to be all those, everybody that falls out of the perimeter of the first resurrection, including all those who are following false teachers, different religions, things like this, science, atheism, Catholicism, Buddhism, on and on and on and on. Witches, warlocks, voodoo people, all these type of folks. Okay, so anything outside the perimeter of the first resurrection will be a part of the second resurrection. Everybody that lived, no matter who, no matter what happened to them. If they went to Pluto and died on Pluto, they're going to be brought back and resurrected on the second resurrection and to stand in front of the judge. No matter if they became fish food, and there's nothing left of them. They were eaten by fish and were fish done. Don't matter. They're going to be brought back and stand in front of the judge. Any other questions about this first resurrection? It's kind of amazing, isn't it? Because most people really don't teach that or don't understand what encompasses that first resurrection. But it's pretty clear here. It's very clear. And it's so narrow that the only thing that separates this that we can identify the bride from the ones who are beheaded is that little dash. If it went for that little dash, we might not be able to identify. We'd be scratching our heads wondering what it was talking about. But it's the bride and another group, those who were beheaded for not worshiping the image of the beast. Everybody with me on that? Okay, let's go ahead. Who was reading? Was it Phyllis?
Yes.
If you don't mind my accent, I'll continue.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead, Raul, until she comes back. I got this. She left off at 6. I have it marked as also part of the 5th step.
Okay, so I'll start at 6.
Start at 6.
Blessed and set apart is the one having part in the first resurrection. The second death possesses no authority over these, but they shall be priests of Yahuwah and of Messiah, and shall reign with him 1,000 years.
Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, so that's why I said that I got this is step 5 continuing, but this is kind of a curveball for me. Let's see what you guys think about this. So you back up there, it says this is the first resurrection, right? And blessed and set apart is the one having part in the first resurrection. Because the second death possesses no authority over these. That means you're not going to have to face the white throne judgment. It's already been decided that you have life. Okay. But they shall be priests of Yahuwah and of Mashiach and shall reign with him for 1,000 years. Is this talking about only the 144,000 sitting on the thrones? Or is this including the 144,000 sitting on thrones and all those that were beheaded that are part of the first resurrection? Will they also be priests of Yahuwah and of Mashiach and reign with him for 1,000 years? What do y'all think? Anybody got any thoughts on that? Okay, so for me, you see the dash up there we were talking about? You see it? The very first dash? Okay, look down here at the end of verse 5, where it says, this is the first resurrection. Look, there's a dash right before it. You see that dash? So what this is telling me is everything in between the dash is talking about another group. Everything on the other side of the dash is a continuation. Okay, so in order for you to see what I'm talking about, let's read that and not include the information between the dashes and see what it sounds like. Okay, so here would be, and I saw thrones and they sat on them, and judgment was given to them. This is the first resurrection. Y'all seeing where I'm coming from on that? Those two dashes are huge. And so if this is the case, then blessed and set apart is the one having part in the first resurrection, because the second death doesn't possess no authority over these. That would include all of them before and after the dash. But they shall be priests of Yahuwah and Mashiach and shall reign with him 1,000 years. To me, is only including only talking about the bride. Don't even talks about the bride. Everybody seeing that? Where I'm coming from on that? Is there
It's a
anybody seeing?
1,000-year wedding party.
Well, it's 1,000 years of rest. It's
No,
Yom.
I know what I meant is it's only the bride that is going to be included at the first resurrection.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm getting out of it, because the dash up here and then the dash down there at the bottom of 5. Okay, that puts all that information in between them dashes. Is a different conversation. So everything outside of before that dash up here in 4, and everything after the dash in 5 would be together. See, that's why I'm saying that. Go ahead, Raul.
I think at one time before you said that there will be, in that 1,000-year reign, there will be people that will be born and that would live also.
Yeah.
So maybe the 144 will be teaching those people. It's like in Spanish, there's a saying that the eraser erased everything and a new start. So it's kind of like there's going to be a new start, and the 144 are going to be there to teach them and to try and have them learn the correct way, not like the people that lived before those 1,000 years. That's what I came to my mind.
Yeah, that's probably what priests mean. You know, that's why you're a priest. So you're kings and priests with them means you're going to rule over them. You're going to be their priest. It's like the foreshadow in the temple. So during the second temple, we'll say, where there was the high priest, which would be Yahusha, right? And then there were all the other priests, and then there were the temple workers, right? That worked in the temple area and did stuff, right? It's going to be like that. The Yahusha will be the high priest. The bride's going to be the lower priest, the group of lower priests, being priests no less, and kings. But Yahusha will be the king of the kings and the master of the masters, or the master of the teachers, or the priest, same thing. And then the rest of those will be the workers, doing the ceremonial stuff and cleaning and all that kind of stuff, right? So those would be the ones that were beheaded. That's why they're there. See that? Because that's a total foreshadow of the millennium reign. That's why those beheaded are there with us. That's why they're near to us. Okay. Anybody else? Everybody understanding where I'm coming from on that? Okay. So I believe the ones that are beheaded will be in immortal bodies, but I don't think they're going to be sitting on the throne. They're not going to, they're not going to be the bride. Let's just put it that way. I mean, they were beheaded. They have to be resurrected, right, in order to be there. And so I don't think he would just resurrect them into their mortal bodies again. He may, maybe he does, but I don't think so. I think they get immortality. Why? Because later on, it pictures them in white robes with branches. In the number, you can't even count. So we know the number of the bride can be counted. It's 144, right? So we'll see later on why, I'm saying that I believe they're immortal. They have their immortal bodies. Okay? Yeah, I believe these will be the friends of the bride, Peggy. These ones were beheaded and resurrected and given immortality, but they're not the bride. They're not sitting on the thrones, but they're close. Just like when you went into the temple area, the second temple, you had the high priest, you had all the other priests, and then you had the other ones that were considered to be like priests, but they were really the ones that were doing all the work, washing everything, cleaning everything up, making sure everything was the way it was supposed to be. They had their temple duties. And I believe that these ones who are beheaded will have temple duties. And so they would be the friends of the bride, yes. But we can take that a step further and say that the friends of the bride are those who were invited at the second resurrection, where the bride invited to the wedding feast and gave a list to and petitioned their husband of those who they wanted to attend the wedding, which would be their family and friends, neighbors. So we can take it even deeper that way, but I don't want to confuse anybody at this point. Any questions or anything on this now at this point? Everybody at least understanding what I'm saying, picking up what I'm laying down. Okay. Did you hear about the dashes, Phyllis? Okay. All right. Let's move on then. We're at verse 7, Phyllis. And it's this, I also got this marked as the 7th step, in case you guys want to mark the steps that I did. But they are in chronological order, so it's kind of important to identify the steps. Okay, go ahead.
And when the 1,000 years have ended, Shaitan shall be released from his prison, and he shall go out to lead the nations astray, which are in the four corners of the Eretz, Gog and Magog, to gather them together for battle, whose number is as the sand of the sea. And they came up over the breadth of the Arets and surrounded the camp of the Kodashim and the beloved city. And the fire came down from Yahuwah out of the heaven and consumed them.
Okay, hang on. Okay, so here then in this step, the millennium reign has ended. It's over now. The world has been repopulated and restored. It's been restored and repopulated. 1,000 years is over. Satan's let loose for a little while. So what's he do? He immediately goes out and tries to gather up an army of people that have repopulated the planet and try to he wants a second shot at Armageddon. He wants to come against Jerusalem, wipe it out, and kill Yahuwah. So he wants another shot at it. And so that's what he does. He gathers an army of the sands of the sea, large army from the repopulated, restored earth, and marches on Jerusalem. And Yahuwah doesn't have anything to do with that. He says, we're not going to fight any more wars. And he shoots fire down out of the Shemaim and consumes them. And which is who? His army of people that he just gathered together to march against Yahuwah. Go ahead, Raul.
It kind of means that us humans don't learn our lesson.
Yeah, it's totally mind-boggling to me that after 1,000 years of living under the reign of Yahuwah and his bride, that these people side with Satan. Why? They didn't like it. They didn't enjoy 1,000 years of peace, love, and tranquility and joy, truth. Very little death. There was death and sin because there was flesh there, but nothing. This millennium reign is going to be like nothing like we've ever seen. The fruit are going to grow in abundance, huge, plentiful. Everything's going to be plentiful. There's not going to be crying. There's going to be very little sin and stuff going on, but it will exist, but very little. What's going on in the minds and the heart of the men? Must be some evil stuff going on inwardly, because they do not hesitate to side with Satan the second he's released.
Greed.
Maybe they want to be like the bride. Maybe they're
Power.
jealous.
They want power.
They want power, positions, and possessions, right?
Yes.
So
just like today.
Yeah. So we see then that the integral workings of man, the human nature, character, is still present in the millennium, right? Although it seems to be controlled, by Yahuwah and his bride. So until Satan's released, then they go nuts. They side, their true colors come out, right? So flesh, again, rebels against Yahuwah after Satan's released. Okay. All right. Anybody got any questions up to this point where we're at? Okay, let's look at step number 8. Go ahead, Phyllis.
And they came up over the breadth of the Arets.
I think we're on verse 10. Are we on verse 10?
Yes, you're right. I was rereading that for myself. I'm sorry.
Okay. I thought either we're on verse 10 or I jumped way ahead when I do it.
And the devil who led them astray was thrown into the lake of fire and sulfur, where the behemoth and the false prophet are. and they shall be tortured Yom and Lila forever and ever.
Okay, hang on now. Okay, so here we see now that the devil's released. He forms an army, and then what happens? Fire comes down from Yahuwah out of the heaven, and he consumes the army. And then he gets hold of the devil who led them astray, the ones in the millennium reign, and was thrown into the lake of fire and sulfur where the beast and the false prophet are, and they shall be tortured yom and night forever and ever. So here we go. Now we have the beast and the false prophet and the devil all in the lake of fire being tortured. Yahuwah's army, those people that rebelled and decided it was Satan the second he was loosed, are all dead. Okay, so let me ask you all a question. And fire came down from Yahuwah out of the heaven and consumed them. Are these people that were consumed at the release of Satan, are they going to be resurrected to the second resurrection and be judged?
You said everyone.
Everyone. So apparently they will be. Right? It's going to be a short period of time for them, but it seems like to me they're going to be brought back to life and then judged whether they're sheep or they're goats. Okay, so there's where we're at now. Now I got this next verses all the way down to the end here, this chapter, except for the 15th verse, or actually the 14 and 15. I got number 9 on it, so 8 continues for me. So let's go ahead, Phyllis.
And I saw a great white throne, and him who was sitting on it, from whose face the arets and the heaven fled away, and no place was found for them. And I saw the dead, small and great, standing before the throne, and scrolls were opened, and another scroll was opened, which is of life. And the dead were judged from what was written in the scrolls according to their works. And the sea gave up the dead who were in it, and death and the grave gave up the dead who were in them, and they were judged, each one according to his works. And the death and the grave were thrown into the lake of fire. This is the second death.
Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. I took you into the number 9. Let's go back up there where you finished at 13. Okay, so what's happening here, folks? Where are we at in chronological order of things? Where are we? Go ahead, Raul.
At the end of the millennium reign, when they judge.
Okay, we're at the white throne judgment, and what else? What has to happen?
Eternity?
No. What happened just prior to the white throne judgment? What's had to happen here?
The second resurrection.
Yeah, second resurrection. So now we're at the second resurrection of everybody else, and they're standing in front of the judge, the great white throne of the judge of the universe. All right. And according to what's already written down is how he's going to judge them. So he has books about the evidence against everyone according to their works. He has another book of life. If you're in the book of life, you're coming into the reign. If not, your name is in these other books. All the accusations, all the transgressions, everything against you is listed in them other books. So there's no defense here, folks. It's already been judged and recorded, and the sentence has already come down at this point. He's just going to say, whoosh, all of you in this book, you're the goats. You're going to the lake of fire. Whoosh, all you in this book, you're the sheep, and you're coming into my reign. That's all the judgment's going to be. So we're at the second resurrection in the great white throne here, which comes after the millennium reign. Okay, so here where it says, and the dead were judged from what was written in the scrolls according to their works. And then it goes on and says, and the sea gave up the dead who were in it, and death and the grave gave up the dead which were in them, and they were judged, each one according to his works. Okay. Does that in any way, is it in contrast or contradict Ephesians 2:8? Does anybody feel that it does? If it doesn't, then Christianity's ideology of all you have to do is believe is debunked right here. So turn to Ephesians 2:8 and see what I'm talking about. So in Ephesians 2:8 says, for by favor you have been delivered through belief, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of Yahuwah. It is not by works, so that no one should boast. Okay, but yet over here it says that they will be judged, the dead were judged according to their works. So if works doesn't matter, all you have to do is believe, then how is it they're being judged according to their works? You see how it debunks Christianity's theory of all you have to do is believe? You see it? It blows it totally out of the water. Because this says you're going to be judged by your works. They say works don't matter. All you have to do is believe. Everybody picking up what I'm laying down on that?
I don't get it, Mark. I'm reading this and it says it is the gift of Yahuwah. I get that. It is not by works, but then down over here it says it is.
Yeah. Okay. Because Ephesians 2:8 is talking about belief in the power of the blood of the Lamb of Yahuwah. Okay, not the works that involves animal sacrifices. Okay. See, and there's where they're mistaken. They don't understand that. So they teach their theory that says all you have to do is believe. You don't have to obey Yahuwah. You don't have to obey the 10 Commandments. You know, that's legalism type thing. Because they're not understanding what the belief is, and they're not understanding what the works is talking about in Ephesians 2:8. And so what I'm saying is, here in Revelations, where it says that the dead were judged from what was written in the scrolls according to their works, proves that their theory is incorrect. Their understanding, their interpretation of Ephesians 2:8 must be wrong. It has to be. Otherwise, there's a contradiction here in Scripture, and we all know that ain't happening. Go ahead, Raul.
Lou puts it in brackets. He says, works here means deliverance through human effort to continue to break Yahuwah's Torah, thinking obedience is works, is lawlessness.
Obedience, yeah. You with me, Phyllis?
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
I understand. Yeah.
Okay. So go back to Ephesians. Let's go back to Ephesians 2:8. So this is what Christianity bases a huge portion of their ideology on. Okay. Which is all you have to do is believe. You know, that's what they say. Let me get back to it. I can't find it now. Okay, here it is. All right. So, for by favor you have been delivered. So you're through belief. Okay. So first of all, belief is a gift from Yahuwah. We don't just start believing. Okay. But this is really not speaking about belief in his existence. It's kind of like Abraham. He knew Yahuwah existed. He believed in the promise. Okay, the promises, the covenant. Okay, he wasn't believing in Yahuwah's existence. And they tried to say that. Okay, Yahuwah, Abraham's the example because he believed it was given to him as righteousness, right? And that's not nothing like that. What that's talking about either. Okay, he believed in the promises or the covenant of the word of Yahuwah. Okay, not in his existence. He knew he existed. He saw him. He sat there and ate with him. Okay, he knew he existed. So by favor, you have been delivered through belief, which is belief in the blood of Yahuwah, not the belief in the blood or the power of animal blood, but Yahuwah's blood. And that not of yourselves. So he did it himself. He came down willingly, sacrificed himself, and shed his own blood, the blood of the Ruach HaKodesh, at his own will. Nobody made him do it. Nobody killed him. He laid his life down for his sheep in his own accord. Okay? And so it's not of yourself. He did it. And it is the gift of Yahuwah. He gave us the gift of his blood to deliver us from death, sin and death. It is not by works, which was animal blood. That was a great work, man. They worked day and night with these animal offerings and burnt offerings and all drink offerings and all this stuff. It was a chore and a half to do them things. I mean, it was hard work. Think about it. Thousands of animals sacrificed and bled, all the cleaning they had to do every single day. This went on 7 days a week, 365. These things went on, and they increased at certain points so that no one should boast. So your salvation, your deliverance doesn't come through the works of your hands, sacrificing poor little animals for your wrong, for your transgressions. It was a gift from Yahuwah. So believe in the power and the salvation of the blood of Yahuwah, not the Lamb of Yahuwah, Yahusha, not animal blood that they were doing on their own accord with their own hands by butchering little animals. See what I'm saying? So they don't get that. So going back over here then to Revelations, we can see where it says, and the dead were judged from what was written in the scrolls according to their works. So according to what they were doing, whether they were being obedient or disobedient. See that? According to whether they were obedient or disobedient. That's what this is talking about.
It's a different level of works.
Yeah. So it totally debunks Christianity's ideology. Totally. Because according to them, it's not of works. So, man, they're not getting it. All right. So that debunks that. Okay. Could you read 14 and 15 for us again?
I sure will.
And I have this label as number 9, in case anybody's following along with that.
Okay. And the death and the grave were thrown into the lake of fire. This is the second death. And if anyone was not found written in the scroll of life, he was thrown into the lake of fire.
Okay, hang on. So now that's step number 9. So we just came out of the second resurrection, the great white throne judgment, everybody being judged according to their works. The ones that are written in the Lamb's book of life was delivered. Those who are not found written in the scroll of life, Lamb's scroll of life, is thrown into the lake of fire where the beast, false prophet, and Satan is. So this is what? What is it? Where are we at now? Go, Raul.
Going into the eternal reign.
No, but where we are now before we do that.
Oh, the judgment.
No, they've been judged.
how do you call it? Once you pass judgment, they're going. He's taking care of what he has to do, either one way or the other.
Yeah, that's a sentence,
That sentence. I'm sorry.
which is what for some eternal life,
And for
for
some,
some
it's the lake of fire.
second death.
Yeah.
We're at the second death now. Okay. See how this is all in chronological order? Okay. So now we're going to go to chapter 21. Who wants to read that one? Need to get a reader for chapter 21. Raul?
You have no other volunteers, so
Phil's holding out for 22, I can tell.
okay, here we go. Chapter 21. And I saw a renewed heaven and a renewed arret. For the former heaven and the former arret has passed away, and the sea is no more. And I, Yahukanan, saw the set apart city renewed, Jerusalem, coming down out of the heaven from Yahuwah, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband.
Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, so where we go? We coming out of the second death. No, what are we in now? Which is talking about?
Hopefully, the eternal reign.
8th day, right? So we're going into the
8th day.
okay.
Need the plug.
Okay.
Rome finally made it.
I know. I've been wanting it so bad.
Okay. Let's go ahead and continue on. I got the 8th day. I mean, this is the 10th step.
I had a question.
Go ahead, Phyllis.
What is this literal? The sea is no more?
Yes.
Literal the water, the actual water in the ocean that is no more.
Yeah, I believe so. And we'll see. We'll pick that up here toward the end of the chapter. It'll explain it a little bit more. And that's why I'm saying yes.
I guess because we all have drank his water that's eternal, so we no longer need water.
Yeah, the sea is no more.
And I heard a loud voice from the heavens saying, see, the sukkah of Yahuwah is with men, and he shall dwell with them, and they shall be his people, and Yahuwah himself shall be with them and be their Yahuwah.
Okay, hang on a minute. So this Yahuwah, so this seems to be the Shekal of Yahuwah is with men, is his bride. Okay, so it seems like the Yahuwah and his bride will live in this what it's saying renewed here city at this point. I'm saying this Sakuth of Yahuwah is the body of light. Okay, and I heard a loud voice saying the Sakuth of heaven is with men. And this part where you were just saying about the sea is no more, that can have a spiritual meaning. You know what I mean? I think it's both. I think it's literal, but I think there's a spiritual connection there as well. You know what I mean? So I'm not saying it's not. I think it very well is. And so because you can go up here, you can see a spiritual connection as well to this. So the Sheku of Yahuwah is with men, which is what? What's Yahuwah's tent that would be with men at this particular point in eternity? It's his body, right? It's his glorified body, for lack of words. Seeing that? Okay, let's continue on from there.
And Yahuwah shall wipe away every tear from their eyes, and there shall be no more death, nor mourning, nor crying, and there shall be no more pain, for the former things have passed away. And he who was sitting on the throne said, See, I make all things new. And he said to me, Write, for these words are true and trustworthy. And he said to me, It is done. I am Aleph and the Tau, the beginning and the end.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so now, obviously, this is the eternal reign because the fact that it says, "And there shall be no more death," is a huge clue that this is the eternal reign, right? And we can look back at 7. Go back to Revelation 7, where it talks about the millennium reign. Revelation 7, and you can see the difference here. It would be 7:16. So
And there
7,
shall hunger no more.
16, and 17. Read that rule, 16 and 17.
Okay. There shall hunger no more, neither thirsty any more, neither shall the sun strike them, nor any heat, because the Lamb who is the midst of the throne shall shepherd them and lead them to fountains of Mayim of life, and Yahuwah shall wipe away every tear from their eye.
Okay, so this is the millennium reign. Okay, and if we go back over here to Revelation 21, 4, we see the difference. He wipes away every tear from their eyes, and there shall be no more death. There will be death and mourning in the millennium reign, especially at the end of it. See the difference? Where it says no more death is the huge clue that this is the eternal reign. There will be sin and death in the millennium reign, although it'll be slowed way down. Won't be nowhere near as much as there is right now. You with me on that? So now watch this here, 5, and this is what you were asking about, Phil. You're there. 21:5, and he who was sitting on the throne said, "See, I make all things new." And he said to me, "Write, for these words are trustworthy and true." Okay, remember where he 7 thunders were going to blast during the 7th trumpet, and Yahuwah didn't allow it to. He told him, "Don't sound the 7 thunders. They're for another appointed time." Well, I believe this right here is the 7 thunders. It says, from him sitting on the throne, say, "I make all things new." I think he's going to make the earth, the heaven and the earth, and all that is in it new. He's going to recreate. Okay, and he's going to do it over the same time frame, 6 days of creation, and then the 7th day of rest, just like he did the first time. The only difference this time is everything's going to be made new, like a paradise type deal, for eternal residents of the ones he's delivered, the bride, the ones that were beheaded, and those who were judged to be sheep at the second resurrection in front of his white throne. So everything will be destroyed, his creation, and he'll recreate, and we're all going to be standing there like the Malachim, the stars were in Job, shouting, dancing, and clapping and celebrating as he recreates everything, makes everything new, and which will last forever. And I believe that's what the 7 thunders were or are. Okay. Any questions on that one? Okay. Is that pure speculation on my part? Yeah, it is. But it makes sense if you think about it. Go ahead, Raul.
To the one who thirsts, I shall give of the fountain of the water of life without payment. The one who overcomes shall inherit all this, and I shall be his Yahuwah, and he shall be my son. But as for the cowardly and the untrustworthy and the abominable and the murderers and those who whore and drug sorcerers, idolaters, and all the false, their part is in the lake which burns with fire and sulfur, which is the second death. And one of the seven messengers who held the seven bowls filled with the seven last plagues came to me and spoke to me, saying, Come, I shall show you the bride and the
Okay, hang
lamb.
on now. Okay, hang on. We went into 11. I wasn't paying attention on that. Okay, so 21:9 starts the bride. Okay, so that would be number 11. Okay, so interesting, man. We're now, we've went into basically, he's made all things new. Okay, so within the eternal reign. So what does that tell us? Okay, the bride is going to we're going to be shown the bride here, which is going to be a great city. But this is during the eternal reign, after he's made everything new, and all of a sudden now he brings down the bride or the new city onto the new earth. Right? What does that tell us? What can we determine from that at this point in the chronological order of things? Anybody? So basically what this is telling us is the wrong, the wicked, the wrong will never see the bride. They don't get to see the bride, man. They're gone. They went to the lake of fire, which burns with fire and sulfur, which is the second death. Up here in verse 8. They're gone. So they don't get to see the bride. The wrong will never lay eyes on the bride. Only the bride and the bride's friends will ever see the bride, the new city. They'd be on board with that. Because I know there's a lot of stuff out there that people say, oh, yeah, the wicked are going to see all this, and then they're going to make them suffer even more, that they miss all this. They're not going to see none of this. They've long gone. They're not even going to see the seven thunders, man. They've been long gone. Okay? All right. So now, starting at 9, Rule, if you'll go back to 9, this is where we get the vision of the bride. This is where the bride starts.
Okay, verse 9.
Yeah, and I have that label as step number 11 in chronological order. Unless anybody's following along with that. Okay.
And one of the seven messengers who held the seven bowls filled with the seven last plagues came to me and spoke with me, saying, Come, I shall show you the bride, the lamb's Asha. And he carried me away in the Ruach to a great and high mountain, and showed me the great city, the Kodesh, Jerusalem, descending out of the heaven from Yahuwah, having the esteem of Yahuwah, and her light was like a most precious stone, like a jasper stone, clear, a crystal, and having a great and high wall, having 12 gates, and at the gates 12 messengers, and names written on them, which are of the 12 tribes of the children of Israel. 3 gates on the east, 3 gates on the north, 3 gates on the south, and 3 gates on the west. And the wall of the city had 12 foundations, and on them were the names of the 12 emissaries of the Lamb. And he who spoke with me had a gold measuring rod to measure the city and its gates and its walls. And the city lies four cornered, and its length is as great as its breadth. And he measured the city with a rod, 2,200 kilometers in length, at the breadth and height of it are equal. And he measured its wall 65 meters according to the measure of the man that is of the messenger. And the structure of its wall was jasper, and the city was clean gold like clear glass. And the foundation of the wall of the city were adorned with all kinds of precious stones. The first foundation, jasper, the second, sapphire, the third, agate, and the fourth, emerald, and the fifth, sardonyx, and the sixth, ruby, and the seventh, chrysolite, and the eighth, beryl, and the ninth, topaz, and the 10th, chrysoprase, and the 11th, jacinth, and the 12th, amaranth. And the 12 gates were 12 pearls. Each one of the gates was a single pearl, and the streets of the city was clean gold like transparent glass.
Okay,
And
hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Okay, so that's where I ended the 11th step here, if you will. But from this gave us a description of the bride. Okay, so I want you to see a comparison here over in Hebrews. So it would be Hebrews 12. If you go to Hebrews 12:22. I guess maybe we should back up to 21, but 21 to 23, Raul.
And so fearsome was the sight that Moshe said, I exceedingly fear and tremble. But you have drawn near to the Mount Sion, and to the city of the living Yahuwah, to the heavenly Jerusalem, to myriads of messengers, to the entire gathering of the assembly of the firstborn, having been enrolled in heaven, and to Yahuwah the judge of all, and to the Ruach of righteous men made perfect,
Continue.
and to Yahusha, the mediator, a renewed covenant, to the blood of sprinkling, which speaks better than the blood of Habel.
Okay, stop. Okay, so there you go. If you're Jerusalem, if you're the new city, if you're Israel, you are the firstborn. All firstborn belongs to Yahuwah, right? So if you've entered into the everlasting covenant, you're the firstborn to Yahuwah. You are Israel. You are the new city. You see that? And that's the ones that are going to be gathered and assembled. Entire gathering and assembly of the firstborn, those who have entered into the everlasting covenant, haven't been enrolled in heaven, and to Yahuwah, judge of all, and to the ruachs of righteous men made perfect. Okay, it's been made perfect because you're the bride. Okay, so you see that? That's who's going to dwell in this city. So Yahuwah and his body, which is Yahusha and his bride, the 144, will indwell in this city, and so we are the new city coming down from Yahuwah, from the Shemaim. Everybody seeing that? We're not going to be a block stuck in a building and mortared in there with eyeballs and a mouth on each block. Okay, we're not going to be blockheads. This is basically metaphoric, and it's saying that we're the first. We're part of the assembly of the firstborn of Yahuwah. Everybody seeing that? Okay, I want to show you something here real quick. Check this out. So the new city is going to be fairly large. It's about approximately 1,400 miles wide and high and deep, because so it's a square. All right, and so this is kind of putting it into perspective a little bit, but really sitting on this spear here. But this new city that's going to come down on the new, or this is the old Earth. So we don't know how big the new Earth is going to be in proximity to the old Earth. It may be 10 times this size, and it may be the same size, or even smaller. We don't know. Okay, so the only thing we do know is the size of the old Earth. Okay, so looking at it in proximity of the old Earth, this new city here that we just read about and was given the measurements about would be approximately the size of our moon. So if you can imagine our moon coming down and sitting on the Earth, that's about the size of this city. All right. So that kind of puts it in perspective, so we can kind of see that with our mind. This is the old Earth. This would be approximately 1,400 miles squared, and the moon would be almost the size of our moon. Okay, and you can see it, but chances are the new Earth will probably be larger than the old Earth, in my opinion. But that's just a wild guess. But I'm just saying, according to the size of the new city, you can see it would be quite large building for the old Earth, right? Don't you agree to that? It'd be quite large to come down onto the old Earth. So that's what I'm saying. I think the new Earth will probably be much bigger than what we're familiar with, according to the size of this city. Okay? So I just wanted to show you that so you could get that picture in your mind. All right. So then I have, starting at 22, I have this as the number 12th step in chronological order after the return of Yahusha. Somebody's mic's on. Oh, Raul. Okay. Anybody got any questions up to this point? Okay, Raul, let's go. I think you're on 22.
Yeah, 22. And I saw no Mishkan in it, for Yahuwah al Shaddai is its Mishkan, and the Lamb. And the city had no need for the sun, nor for the moon, to shine in it, for the esteem of Yahuwah lighten it, and the Lamb is its lamp. And the nations of those who are delivered shall walk in its light, and the sovereigns of the Arets bring their esteem into it. And its gates shall not be shut at all by Yom, for Layla shall not be there. And they shall bring the esteem and the appreciation of the nations into it.
Okay,
And
stop. All right, so here is the 12th step. And so up here where it says, and I saw no Mishkan in it, and Yahuwah El Shaddai is its Mishkan and the Lamb. Okay, so the Lamb, of course, being Yahusha, or Yahuwah's body. The city is not made up by blockheads, okay? It's this is those who are going to live in it, the bride and the friends of the bride. They're going to live in it. All right, so here where it says, and the city has no need of the sun, nor the moon to shine in it, for the esteem of Yahuwah lighted it, and the lamb is its lamp. Okay, so the lamb in the vessel or the body of believers okay, Yahuwah's body, the 144,000, and Yahuwah's Ruach is in this lamp, which is the vessel or the body of Yahuwah. And so within the lamp is the oil, right? And so the Ruach, the Yahuwah is the oil. He's the wick. He's the fire and the oil that burns inside of this lamb, or the vessel or the body. Okay, which is lighting it all up. So this gives you a really kind of a great metaphoric view of what the eternal reign is going to be like, as far as what our role is. So what's our role? The body of Yahuwah. He's going to fully indwell us. We're going to be his exact representation. Yahusha being the head, we the body. Okay, Yahuwah in us lightening up this city. He's the fire. So the lamb is the body, or what it's saying is the lamp, and Yahuwah is the oil or the light or the fire that burns and lights up this city. So what does that mean for us? Somebody? If you got that picture in your brain, what does that make us? Think about it.
Like the original Adam and Kua.
Well, let's just say wherever Yahuwah goes, we're going to be going. That gives you a hint. Everybody knows Yahuwah is a consuming fire, right?
So we'll be serving the head. The body will be serving the head. If we're his body.
Is the body complete right now? Or is it being built up?
Being built up.
Okay. So Yahuwah is building up his body, right? That he's going to indwell in for eternity. Okay. Is my body and my inner being, my soul, my being, whatever you want to call it, inner man, separate? Or are we both the same? Can I say that my body is one person and my inner man, my Ruach, is another person? I can? How can I do that?
Well, I was trying to separate like the flesh from your inner being. That's what I gathered.
It can be set apart from your present temporal vessel, so that your sin does not contaminate what has been cleaned up. But does that mean that my body, can you put your Ruach in my body and then me be the same one person? No. So your body and your Ruach are the same. That's who makes you up, those two parts. That's who you are. Correct? So if Yahuwah has a body and he's in it, he's the Ruach, and he has a body made up of Yahusha and the bride, what does that mean?
We're all one.
We're one with Yahuwah. So that makes us in eternal reign. What does that make us? Huh?
We're him.
Yeah, we're him. So that Yahuwah can be all in all. Yahuwah will be all in all in the eternal reign. You better believe it. He's building his body right now. And when he's doing that, we can imagine what he's doing. He's taking rocks, living stones, and he's placing them in there as he's building up his body, right? When something doesn't quite fit right, or it cracks, or something happens, he removes that stone, pitches it, finds one that fits in there perfectly, and replaces it. When he completes his body, lights out. Because he's being very particular about it. And you can, if you're part of his body, you can be removed and replaced. So we all need to remain humble, and we all need to do the best we can so that we are not removed from this construction project that Yahuwah is doing right now. Once he's erected his temple, not made with hands, game over, lights out. It's a very serious matter. So you can imagine his temple being built up, and around this temple lays a bunch of rocks, all different colors and sizes and shapes and distortions, cracks, corners broke off, whatever. All these natural stones, not made by hands. And Yahuwah is picking and choosing and building up his temple. And you better believe if something doesn't fit quite right, he's going to pull it out and toss it on the ground and be laying it on the ground somewhere, and he'll pick up another stone and put it in that place to make a more perfect fit. Okay. Any questions at this point? All right, so interesting. There'll be no temple in it. Al Shaddai is its temple and the Lamb. See that? So he being the temple in this city with the Lamb, his body is the temple. It's the living. It's going to be living, made of living stones, not made by hands. So there, then, in that way, we are the third temple, spiritually and eternally. Everybody seeing that? But there will be a forfeit or a duplication or forgery in the last days of a physical temple. But it's really not the temple of Yahuwah, is it? What is it? It's the temple of Satan. That's what's going to be erected up there. But there will be a third temple, physical third temple erected on the Temple Mount, because the false prophet and the anti-Mashiach will go up there, and he's going to walk in there and sit down in the inner court and proclaim to be Yahuwah, and he will be worshipped as Yahuwah, and people will bow down to his image, which I believe will be a man, some type of humanoid. Okay. Any questions at this point? Okay, let's continue on, Ro.
26.
I think I'm at 26.
Phyllis, rules reading. Go ahead, Ro.
And they shall bring the esteem and the appreciation of the nations into it. And there shall be by no means enter into it whatever is unclean, neither anyone doing abomination and falsehood, but only those who are written in the Lamb's scroll of life.
Okay, why? Here's a question for you all. Why will it shall by no means, and there shall by no means enter into it whatever is unclean, neither anyone doing abomination and falsehood? Why? How can that be?
Because it's his body. He won't accept.
Why is it impossible? Is that stuff still going to exist in the eternal reign?
It shouldn't, because he judged already, and supposedly everything is gone.
Okay, so it's not even in existence, and therefore that is why anything unclean or an abomination or falsehood won't enter, because it's not in existence anymore, right? It's gone. It's been eliminated. Okay. So now we're into 22, which I got marked here at number 13 in chronological order. So we know that everything with eternal life that's been delivered has immortality will be there, but all the wicked, the wrong, the unrighteous will never see the bride. Obviously, they're not here; they've been annihilated. Okay, so chapter 22 is all about the new city. What's happening in the new city here? Step number 13. Who wants to read that? We need a different reader now. Yami or Phil? Yeah, Phil.
Yeah.
You want 22?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Chapter 22.
Yeah.
And he showed me a river of water of life, clear as crystal, coming from the throne of Yahuwah and of the Lamb. In the middle of its street, and on either side of the river, was the tree of life, which bore 12 fruits, each tree yielding a fruit each moon. And the leaves of the tree were for the healing of the nations.
Okay, hold on. So what is this? Was the tree of life which bore 12 fruits? What is that, somebody? What's the tree of life? Let me ask you that. Go ahead, Phil.
Is that the same tree that was in the Garden of Eden?
Yeah, metaphorically, yeah. So what is it? In the middle of its streets and on either side of the river was the tree of life, which bore 12 fruits. Is this metaphoric or is this literal? Do y'all think? Just talking about inside the new city now.
Were those the 12 tribes from the tree of life?
I mean, it could be, but I would say no.
It just came to the top of my head, so I really wasn't, inspired or anything.
12 fruits it's a good, really, I mean, that's kind of a good thought, that it being the 12 tribes. But what it really depends on is what the tree of life is here. We really need to know what the tree of life is before we can determine what the 12 fruits are. So if we would say the tree of life was Yisrael, we could say the 12 fruits were the tribes. But is the tree of life Yisrael? Let's say that the tree of life is Yahuwah. Let's say that because nothing exists outside of Yahuwah. And let's just say if you're not in Yahuwah and he's sustaining you, that you can't live. You'd be dead. All right. So really the true tree of life is Yahuwah. We just break it down to the bottom line. We can say, oh, it's the Torah. Oh, it's the 10 Commandments. Oh, it's Yahusha. We can go on and on and on, but let's get down to the nitty gritty. Let's look at the bottom. What's the bottom line? The tree of life is Yahuwah because everything came from Yahuwah. Without Yahuwah, nothing exists, right? So that's the bottom line. So if we say that the tree of life is Yahuwah, then which bore 12 fruits? What would these 12 fruits be? So maybe then these 12 fruits we could see as the moral attributes of Yahuwah. So the moral attributes of Yahuwah, if there's 12 fruits, that you would know him by his fruits, right? You know a tree by its fruits, right? And a good tree would produce good fruits. What would be the 12 fruits then of the tree of life?
the 10 commandments plus the overall, like the first 4 being the worship of Yahuwah, and then the second or the last 6 would be the love thy neighbor.
Mhm.
So I don't know, the 10, and then the overall encompassing 2, love him with all your heart, all your mind, all your strength, and then love your neighbor as yourself.
Okay, so that right there, what you're saying, that would be that the love is the essence of Yahuwah, or the very nature of Yahuwah, right? It's who he is, correct? Okay, so that's one, because the 10 commandments is love. It is Yahuwah, and Yahuwah is love. So we take that core, or we understand that love is the essence of Yahuwah, or his very nature. Then we can understand that there's 12 here, that Yahuwah has many other attributes or qualities, if you will, or characters. But most of the other 11 stems from his love. So now once we understand that, what are the love being one of his 12 fruits, what are the other 11? What would they be? So we could go on, say light, set apartness, compassion, humbleness or lowlessness, righteousness,
Patience, I don't know if that would be.
kindness, perfection, right ruling, trustworthiness, and favor. 4 of the fruits in this list that we just read off here are also what is known as the fruits of the Spirit that is found in Galatians 5:22. So 4 of these are we're able to see them by the fruits of his Ruach as well. So these moral attributes, these 12 fruits that make up Yahuwah, that are found on the tree of life, are extremely important, okay, for us to understand that this will be who we are as well. These attributes will be our moral attributes in eternity. Okay, so all the things of the flesh or of man that we read about, the fruits of flesh, right there above that in Galatians 5, it ain't going to be there, man. It's going to be strained out, eliminated. It's why this is important, and this is what this is telling us. We're going to display these moral attributes of Yahuwah in eternal reign. And we're going to be eating of these fruits. It says, and each tree yielding its fruit each moon, and the leaves of the trees are for the healing of the nations, and no longer shall there be any curse, and the thorn of Yahuwah and of the Lamb shall be in it, and his servants shall serve him. Now, see what I'm saying? So this is telling us what it's going to be like there. Ain't going to be nothing at all that has anything to do with the attributes of the flesh. It's going to be all, we're going to be like Yahuwah. We're going to be like little Yahuwahs running around, but together we're going to be his body. And I don't think we're going to be separated here. I think we're going to be united somehow, united with Yahusha and being the lamp, and Yahuwah indwelling us for eternity. Wherever he goes, we're going to go because we're his body. Everybody on board with that? Or do we actually think this is a literal picture of what we're going to see when we get there? Go ahead, Shelley.
Shalom.
Hey.
I just have a question and want to see if you guys are seeing this also and what you think it might mean, it says, was the tree of life, and then it says each tree. So it seems to indicate there's more than one tree. And when we were just talking it out, it seems the tree of life bore 12 fruits, maybe 12 additional trees, maybe 12 trees total. Because it says each tree yields its fruit each moon. So it just kind of seems more, because the spirit, the fruits of the spirit, I don't know how to incorporate that into just being yielded at the start of each moon. You know what I mean? So that's something that you would have all the time. And so it's possible maybe that it's 12 trees, each tree yielding the fruit each moon, which I'm not sure. Hopefully we can all put this together. And the leaves of the tree were for the healing of the nations. And I don't know if that's like months and days, if the trees are months and the leaves are days. And I'm just not sure. Just kind of seeing that now.
It's an interesting thing you're bringing up there. But do you notice it goes back to singular when it says, "and the leaves of the tree," which puts it back singular.
Oh,
See that?
Mm-hmm.
And so what, the tree of life, that's singular, which bore 12 fruits, each tree yielding its fruit each moon, and the leaves of the tree, which back singular, were the healing of the nation. I'm wondering if there isn't the branches. You ever see a tree that has like 4 or 5 huge branches? Almost sometimes you see them built together, where you just 2 trees making one tree. I'm just wondering if they're including those big, huge branches off of there as trees or something. But it's an interesting thing you're bringing up there. I really did not notice that. Anybody else got any thoughts on it? Go, Phyllis.
Yeah, I was when she was reading that, Shelley. Hi, Shelley. In the middle of its street. See, it's in the middle of the street, and on either side of the river was the tree of life. So it either this was one massive tree, or it must be about 12 of them.
I find it very intriguing here that in the middle of its street and on either side of the river, so it sounds like was the tree of life. It must have been some huge tree. Like I said, it must have been some huge giant branches coming off of this thing to go on either side of the rivers. But it's obviously a single tree, but look how big Yahuwah is. I mean, could this be talking about the immensity of this tree? Like Elohim doesn't speak of more than one Yahuwah. It just speaks of his immensity, right? Is that what we're seeing here? Go ahead, Phil.
Well, if he is the vine, we are the branches, and then we yield the fruit of our worship to him and our obedience. And the leaves, maybe that's where we go out and administer his will in the new millennium, in the new heaven, new earth. Maybe he's going to start over again using us as his governorship. I don't know. I'm just thoughts, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, one thing, let me share this with you, and maybe this can help us somehow. Okay, so right there in verse 3, it says, "And no longer shall there be any curse. And the throne of Yahuwah," that's singular, right? That's one throne. It says the throne, that's singular, of Yahuwah and of the Lamb shall be in it. And his, that's singular, servants, which is more than one, shall serve him. That's singular. And they shall see his face. That's singular. and his name, that's singular, shall be on their foreheads, which is plural. So the throne of Yahuwah and of the Lamb shall be in it is a single throne. So that means there's only one sitting on that throne. Okay. So can we take that and apply it up here where it's saying each tree, maybe Yahuwah and Yahusha together here, or Yahuwah and his body being each tree, shielding fruit each month. Could that be? So Yahuwah and his body being seen here as trees, but really being one body, one tree, making up those trees, making up the one tree. Just like here, Yahuwah and the Lamb sitting on the one throne. It only has one face and one name. See what I'm getting at there? One throne, one person sitting on the throne with one face and one name. But yet it says Yahuwah and of the Lamb. See what I'm saying? Which sounds plural, but it really is not, is it? It's together, they're one. So can we apply that to that tree? Go ahead, somebody. Phil?
Yes, I think so. And then it says they shall see his face, and his name shall be in their foreheads. But the name, we've already been sealed with his name already before this, correct?
Correct.
So this is like post.
Yeah, this is way post.
Yeah, way post. I know it is, but I just, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's like it's almost describing it again, but in a higher level. Like you're saying, he's the tree, he's the vine, we're the branches. I mean, we bear fruit of his word, of his will. We're actually doing what he asked us to do.
All right.
Out of
So we're bearing his 12 fruits. The same moral attributes that make up Yahuwah is what we bear, because we are Yahuwah in the eternal reign. We're his body. See what I'm getting at? Go ahead, Shelley.
So I just want to start this first with saying that I've been mainly quiet because I'm in a learning phase. There's been so much information coming in to my brain and all kinds of different perspectives that I don't want to speak and claim to think it's the truth. I'm waiting to have my day where I put my backpack on and go out to the forest and sort it all out with Yahusha in my peace and quiet without others' perspectives coming at me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so saying that, I also have a curiosity about the timeline with this. When it says, "In the leaves of the tree were for the healing of the nations," why would there need to be healing for nations at that point? If it's just, "And there shall by no means enter into it whatever is unclean, neither anyone do an abomination and falsehood," and they shall bring the esteem and the appreciation of the nations into it. I kind of see that as there is maybe this possibility of healing, not necessarily, kind of like to go with the works, with the judgment, not necessarily just a cut and dry, you go this way or you go into the lake of fire. I think there's still this, as William is working on too, this outside of the gates darkness, not necessarily a death, and that's what these servants are doing. Maybe they're the leaves going out and doing this healing to these nations who couldn't quite automatically make it in, but they weren't worthy of the lake of fire either because they were in a deceived state. Just thoughts.
Yeah. Yeah, this is no doubt in the eternal reign, for sure. That we can agree on. I think the healing of the nations, the leaves are were for the healing of the nations. Is how can I say, maybe a Hebrew idiom, but I really don't want to say that. But that's one thing that's coming to my mind, and so we'd have to try to understand what that meant. Okay, and so healing of somebody is when they're sick. So obviously, if they're healed, they have to be sick, right? There has to be something wrong with them. And so, in scriptural wise, before the internal reign, if he was going to heal them, that means he was going to deliver them because they had a death, a fatal disease that was going to kill them, which is called sin, right? And so, for them to be healed meant that he was going to deliver them from death. That was the healing, okay? And so this may be attached to this tree of life as a metaphor or a Hebrew idiom type thing or figure of speech, indicating that Yahuwah is the one that healed the nations when he delivered them from death. But it's no longer here in the eternal reign, because it told us way back here that and Yahuwah shall wipe away every tear from their eyes, and there shall be no more death, no mourning, no crying, and there shall be no more pain, for the former things have passed away. See, so it told us that. So we know now that there's no darkness, there's no diseases, there's no pain, there's no death now. We're in the eternal reign. See what I'm saying? That's all been done away with. I make all things new. The former heaven, the former ruts had passed away, and the sea is no more. Yeah. See what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So this is immortality. This is the eternal reign. Everybody that's here is now immortal. So this is just a beautiful picture of, I think, of eternity, where Yahuwah is totally got everything back in sync. You know what I'm saying? So in other words, everything's been put back in balance. Because if you think about it, love, everything, the universal law of love was broken, and it put everything in a tailspin. Yahuwah's got everything back in sync now and back in perfect order, where all that exists is love and truth. There's 12 fruits or the attributes of Yahuwah is all that exists now. Because when he created everything, he did so with the knowledge that everything would have an opposite. Okay. And so it had to be. If he was going to create more life beyond himself, the second he decided to do that, there would be opposite to everything: love, hate, peace, war, so on and so forth. Flesh or spirit, everything had an opposite. Well, the opposite became the wicked, good and evil, darkness and light, this type of thing, right? Hatred, love. See what I'm saying? And so, in order to create, he knew that he would have to strain all the opposite out and just leave the good. And so, this is the process that's going on now in order to do that, to eliminate the darkness, the opposite, the enemy of his creation. And so none of that stuff will exist once he does that. That's why I said there ain't even going to be a shadow in the eternal reign, in my opinion, because you're going to have light surrounding you 360 degrees. You won't cast a shadow. It won't even be there. There will be no darkness whatsoever. He says so. Yahuwah will be the light. There'll be no means entering whatever is unclean, abomination, and falsehood. That's going to be eliminated. That's all opposites of life. So everything he created had that opposite, and he knows he had to get rid of that in order to before he could go into eternal reign with his creation. He didn't want to take any of that stuff into eternal reign. because he's light, he's love, he's life. He's all those 12 attributes we just talked about. And none of the opposites that go along with that can go. It has to be destroyed. The best way I can put it, man, I don't know how else to explain other than that. Anybody else got any thoughts on that? Do y'all believe there's going to be darkness outside of the new city and evil going on, and they got to go out and heal people in the eternal reign? In that case, there would have to be death. There'd have to be disease, evil, death, and wickedness still existing outside the city if they need to go out and heal the people that are left in the darkness outside the city. Scripture's telling me that stuff ain't going to exist anymore. It's going to be gone. Go, Phyllis.
Well, if we could look at it again, where it says that the leaves of the tree were for the healing. So they were for the healing of the nation. So that's already been done. And there no longer shall there be any curse, because that's already been done.
Yeah.
And in the tree of life, if you said earlier that was Yahusha, when he cast Adam and Kua out of Eden, they shut him off from the tree of life, which is, to me, Yahusha himself being able to be in the presence of Yahuwah, and the leaves of Yahuwah is continual life all the time. If he quit thinking about any one of us for a second, we would just cease to exist. And so this is our healing, that he is supplying us with the life and the energy to survive.
Anybody else got any thoughts on that? That's why I like y'all being here, Shelley. You come up with some good conversational pieces or tangents, whatever you want to call them. That's what we need. We need more involvement like this. These kind of things. Talk about these kind of things. We need to do. It's what we're here for.
Well, and the master wants our discourse because it's all towards him. It gives him great esteem when we sit and try to work this out. And he doesn't care if you disagree at some points, because that's part of understanding and going back to him for seeking the truth. So it's really awesome. It's really a magic thing. Being in his teacher for so long, in a different genre, I really enjoy my students' banter with me. Even though they're little, I enjoy their disagreements and the redirection that we have to do. So I can imagine what he is doing right now, thinking about all this and what we're discussing. So that's great.
Yeah. And if we look here at verse 5, and Leah or night shall be no more, and they shall have no need of a lamp or the light of the sun, because Yahuwah shall give them light, and they shall reign forever and ever. So they're saying there's not going to be any night. There's no darkness here. Yahuwah is going to give them 360 degrees of light, folks. You won't even cast a shadow of darkness. It's just going to be a wonderful place. We ain't taking darkness with us. Yahuwah's not going to do that to us. We're not going to take hate, darkness, confusion, wickedness, pain, suffering, mourning, crying, anything like that into eternal reign. Yahuwah is not going to give us that for eternity. He's given us the opposite. He's given us all that he is.
I like that.
Go ahead.
I like that reference from the shadow, because most evil is done in the shadows. So therefore the shadows will be eliminated. That's definitely really awesome at that point. I really like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Eternal reign is going to be all that Yahuwah is. Okay. That's why he's going to eliminate the opposition to life beyond himself. When it was just Yahuwah and nothing else existed, there was no opposition to Yahuwah at all. But when he decided to create, everything has an opposite. And he has to filter it out and get rid of before the eternal reign can be all that Yahuwah is for us. And that's what he's doing. We don't want to live in a place that even slightly resembles this fallen world, do we? I know I don't. All right. I think that's enough of that. But thank you for your thoughts and comments, everybody. Let's move on from there. Who was reading? Was it Raul? Or no, it was Phil. Okay, Phil, let's continue on.
Where should I start here? Because we
Go back up to 3. Start from 3.
sounds good.
So it'll flow, right?
Chapter 22, verse 3. If anybody just joined us, Revelation. And no longer shall there be any curse, and the throne of Yahuwah and of the Lamb shall be in it, and his servants shall serve him. And they shall see his face, and his name shall be in their foreheads. And Liath shall be no more, and they shall have no need of a lamp or light of the sun, because Yahuwah shall give them light, and they shall reign forever and ever. And he said to me, these words are trustworthy and true, and Yahuwah of the set apart prophets has sent this messenger to show his servants what has to take place with speed. See, I'm coming speedily. Blessed is he who guards the words of the prophecy of this book. And I, Yahukan, saw and heard these things. And when I heard and I saw, I fell down to worship before the feet of the messenger who showed me these things. And he said to me, see, do not, for I am your fellow servant, and of your brothers the prophets, and of those who are guarding the words of this book. Worship Yahuwah. And he said to me, do not seal the words of the prophecy of this book, because the time is near.
Okay, hang on a minute. This verse always intrigues me, man. Which says, and he said to me, do not seal the words of the prophecy of this book, speaking of Revelation, because the time is near. I like to look back at Daniel 12:4 on that. Go to Daniel 12:4. So in Daniel 12:4, it says, but you, Daniel, hide the words and seal the book until the time of the end. But over here in Revelations 22:10, Yahukan is told, do not seal the book. Do not seal the words of the prophecy of this book, because the time is near. So this intrigues me to where I got this understanding off of this that, in Daniel's time, it wasn't even the end times yet. Because there were still 3 days left in the creation week, right? Mm-hmm. He wasn't even in the last 2 days. He was before Yahusha, which puts him out of the end times. So he wasn't allowed to reveal, open up the things that Yahuchanan was allowed to do here in the end times. Because Yahuchanan was in the end times. He was written us after Yahusha came, okay, which puts us in the latter days. See what I'm saying? So Daniel was told not to open it because there was still 3 days left before the end times during his era. And then Yahuchanan here says, do not seal the words of the prophecy, because the time is near, saying that we are now in the end times, and it is to be revealed to those in the latter days. And they will understand it perfectly. So the last days, the last Yamam started at the ascension of Yahusha when there was only 2 days left, the last 2 millenniums. All right. And then the millennium, right? So I find that interesting. You compare those two verses, Daniel 12:4 to Revelations 22:10. I think it's a very intriguing comparison. Okay. Anybody have questions? Okay, let's go, Phil.
Verse 11. He who does wrong, let him do more wrong. He who is filthy, let him be more filthy. He who is righteous, let him be more righteous. He who is set apart, let him be more set apart.
Okay, hang on a minute. What does that mean? Somebody, what does verse 11 mean? What's all that talking about? He who does wrong, let him do more wrong. He who is filthy, let him be more filthy. He who is righteous, let him be more righteous. He who is set apart, let him be more set apart. What does that mean? Anybody?
That Yahuwah is the controller of all, so therefore let it continue, his will.
Yeah, pretty much seems like we don't have free will, do we? We have free choice, but not free will, because it's all up to Yahuwah saying, play your part, man. Do what I made you to do. Why you're here. Be who you're supposed to be that I made you to be for my esteem. That's what it's saying to me. But I may be way off base. I don't know. Go ahead, Phyllis.
This is confusing to me because it sounds like we're starting over. I thought all the workness of darkness was cast out. How can there be anybody around that does filthy and wrong? I don't understand.
Yeah, he's going backwards again.
But
Remember last week? What'd you say, Phil?
I think the gate's shut, and therefore this is just going back, saying it's already been done, and it's solid. There's nothing. There's no turning back.
Yeah, he's just reminiscing now. He's kind of going back and forth a little bit and reminiscing to prove points. Remember when last week when we read Isaiah, and he was going back and forth between the eternal reign, the millennium reign, back and forth and back and forth and back and forth through that whole chapter. Yeah, it's just how human minds work. That's all. Like I said, man, yeah, he was showing him this stuff. He saw this, and he told him to write what he saw. But did Yehukanan have a pen and paper with him as he was being shown these visions in the spirit and writing them down exactly? Oh, stop! Oh, hang on, Yahuwah! Don't show me more. I got to catch up. Was he doing that? Absolutely not, man. When after he was showed all this stuff, he went back. He found himself back on the Patmos all alone, and he began to write and record what he was shown, past, present, and future. Okay, and so we see the human mind on display here. But yeah, he's just reminiscing, man. Yeah, he's starting to go back and forth a little bit, but it's the last chapter. So it's almost like a summary. Look at it as a summary. It's the last chapter, so we can see it as a summary. Either 2021 and 22 is kind of a wrap up of the entire book of Revelation in a way, because what is it? Is the book of Revelation? It's the revealing of the second coming of Yahusha. So once he hits the second coming, none of that other stuff matters. We're there. Okay, so now he's explaining what happens at the second coming up to eternity. And now he's summarizing on this last chapter. So it looks like he's going back and forth, but it's a summary. It's okay. So he kind of broke off the chronological order of things. Why? Because he ended it we went into the eternal reign. It's over. We know nothing about the eternal reign, or at least very little. Go ahead, Phil.
I don't know if I shared this. This is kind of a sidebar to this, but I had a neighbor. I just happened to run into him. This was a long time ago, and had been to the Isle of Patmos, and he was Greek, and he had talked to me about Revelation. I went out to take my trash out, and he was coming by, and boom, we just started this conversation. I mean, I said hello, and boom, it was on for some reason. And he said the whole place is lined with gold where John was, and that, there was no door on there because all the guards that were supposed to guard him, they all became believers, and they just sat and ate. Well, he came up with this stuff. I don't know where he heard it, but it was just kind of cool to see. They were all, friends, and they just put him there, and they all were kind of covered by his own, his representation of the revelation, but they were there with him. It was just kind of a cool thing.
Anybody else? Okay, Phil, let's go on.
Verse 12. And And see, I'm coming speedily, and my reward is with me to give each according to his work. I am the Aleph and the Tau, the beginning and the end, the first and the last. Blessed are those doing his commands, so that the authority shall be theirs to the tree of life and to enter through the gates into the city. But outside are the dogs and those who enchant with drugs and those who whore and the murderers and the idolaters and those who love and do falsehood. I am Yahusha. I, Yahusha, have sent my messenger to witness to you these in the assemblies. I am the root and the offspring of Daud and the bright morning star. And the Ruach and the bride say, come. And he who hears, let him say, come. And he who thirsts, come. And who desires it, take the water of life without paying. For I witness to everyone hearing the words of the prophecy of this book. If anyone adds to them, Yahuwah shall add to him the plagues that are written in this book. And if anyone takes away from the words of this prophecy, Yahuwah shall take away his part from the scroll of life and out of the Kadesh city, which are written in this book. He that bears witness to these things says, yes, I am coming speedily. Amen. Yes, come, Master Yahusha, in favor of our Master Yahusha, Mashiach, be with the Kadesh. Amen.
Okay. So two things here. I wanted to let that flow.
You're breaking out.
Mark, your mic's breaking up, Mark.
Yep.
Can you hear me now? Okay, so I just let that flow because I didn't want to break up the flow of that. But now let's go back and look at some of this. All right, so blessed are those doing his commands, so that the authority shall be theirs to the tree of life and to enter through the gates into the city. All right. So we can say that this is the same tree of life that's found in the garden in Exodus 2, if we want to. But I think this is more, speaking of metaphoric than anything else here in the eternal reign. It's just like I said, I think this is direct access to Yahuwah, the tree of life. Let me let Phyllis in here. There you go. Yami and Rule drop too. Try to come back in. I must have booted you out when I refreshed. Rule. So anyway, and enter through the gates of the city. Well, that has to be the new city we're just talking about, obviously. Okay. But outside are the dogs and those who enhance with drugs and whores and murderers and the idolaters and all who love and do falsehood. Okay. So does this mean that those who are delivered are going to be inside the city, locked in there? They're going to be city dwellers. And outside of the city is going to remain all these sinners alive. Is that what this is telling us? Or is this telling us that the ones that are left outside are basically in the outer darkness? They're going to be destroyed and they're not going to be in the eternal reign. They're going to be denied access to eternity. Is that really what it's telling us? There they are. Sorry, man, I must have booted you when I refreshed. Okay, somebody on that? Nobody wants to touch that one? So basically, in my humble opinion, these people here are outside, have been denied access to eternal life, and they no longer exist. The ones that are inside They have the authority, shall be theirs to the tree of life and enter through the gates into the city, means that they're given eternal life and immortality, everlasting life. So if you feel the other way, you got to stop and consider, man, why would he give everlasting life to the opposition, to darkness, to dogs enhanced with drugs, whores, murderers, idolaters, falsehood, people who love and do falsehood? He would. If he does, is this saying that he's going to throw them into the lake of fire, which burns forever and ever, and torture them with unspeakable torture, with fire and sulfur, and give them eternal life just so that they can be tortured for everlasting life forever? You know, I don't think Yahuwah is going to do that. I think, and this is my humble opinion again, is that these people will be totally annihilated, destroyed, and they're not going to exist, period. No darkness, no shadow or anything. There's no shadow of turning in Yahuwah. Yahuwah is light. He's a Ruach that dwells in unapproachable light. And there's no darkness in him at all, no lie, no anything. And so we're going to be in Yahuwah and with Yahuwah, be his body in eternity. There's not going to be no shadow of darkness in us or lies in us either, or anybody else that receives everlasting life. They'll all be destroyed. Okay, so how about this everlasting torment in a made-up place called hell, we'll just say, which is referencing the lake of fire? Okay, is this reality? Anybody? And if it's not reality, then why does it say that the beast and the false prophet and Satan is going to be tortured, and their smoke's going to rise, and they're going to be tortured forever and ever? What's with that? So could that mean that this lake of fire place was made for the false prophet and the anti-Mashiach and the devil and his demons, and they're going to be tortured there forever and ever and ever? But the people that are thrown in there will be isolated, will be totally annihilated. There's almost like they never existed, because he's not going to torture man forever, but he will those immortal beings. And since the anti-Mashiach and the false prophet, they're not immortal beings, but it sounds like maybe he gives them immortality just to torture them forever and ever, because they were so part of the beast system. You know, they were like the devil's right-hand man type deal. What do y'all think? Is there an eternal torment? Does this mean that there's going to be a city and all the people who are delivered are going to be confined within the walls of this city? And outside of the city on the new earth, there's going to be all these sinners running around like chickens with their head cut off, throwing stones at us or something from down below, shooting arrows at us? What do y'all think? Somebody. Yeah, this is pretty metaphoric, man. Yahusha just kind of wrapping it all up right here, you know, and just this is how it is, right? And he's using the figures of speech, Hebraic figures of speech, pretty heavy right here to make his point. Go ahead, Phil.
And I think he's just reminding everybody, or somehow, that the sacrifice and the worship of Yahuwah is so important for us, because outside of it, there's the example he gives here. Outside of the city, outside of the realm of Yahuwah, it's death, destruction, everything evil. And that we've overcome that through his sacrifice of blood and his favor. And therefore, you know, that's going to all be eliminated.
I like what Phil said. It's almost like it's a final report of, you know, what's really going to happen. Like Phil said, it's a reminder in case you didn't get the message.
Yeah. I'd say the whole chapter is a summary. You know what I mean?
Well, it's like you said, Mark, before. I mean, people pray for redemption, so Yahuwah answers a prayer, and then they go right back. The minute this tribulation's over, they run right back. Not everybody, but they run right back to sinning again and messing around, and you know what I mean. And so, therefore, we all need to keep our eyes fixed on Yahuwah and be humble, because pride's what gets everybody in the end. It got Hashatan, and so, we're not above it. That's for sure. So.
You know what popped into my mind when you said that? This is really wild. I never thought about this before. But yeah, it's like when somebody commits a crime and they put them in prison, right? The first thing they do is grab a Bible and start reading it and start praying. They're saying how sorry they are and please get me out of this cell, right? This prison. And he does. So then as soon as they get out, they forget all about you and that Bible, and they go back to living their old lifestyle and doing crazy stuff. And a large percentage of them gets thrown back into prison, right? So what popped into my mind when you were saying that was Satan. Is that what happened to Satan? He gets grabbed, thrown into the bottomless pit and sealed in there, right, for 1,000 years. Is he down there begging Yahuwah for another chance and I'll stop doing it? I promise I'll be obedient. I won't do it anymore. So Yahuwah lets him out after 1,000 years, and the thing he does is go right back and doing what he's doing. Wants to start Armageddon back all over again.
Yeah, no, that is, I often wonder. I wonder that same thing, because you just, it's just, and then he sits up there and laughs, because he's just like, come on, guys, girls, come on. Why can't, to a certain degree, he knows everything, but you know what I'm saying there. Why can't you do it? Why can't you do it? I've given you all these chances, and you still will not, humble yourself. Humble's huge. I just think it's just huge. He blesses you when you humble yourself. 2 weeks ago, maybe I told you guys, I wanted to go riding, and I was in my kitchen. I wanted to go riding. It was a nice day, and I got everything set up. Everybody's going to go. And for some reason, I asked him, should I go riding today? And I didn't hear a no, but he said no. And I'm telling you, no. I mean a capital N-O. I could tell. I'm going, what? He said it again. I mean, not verbally. He said it 3 times. And so I did not go. And those guys had a blast and everything. But I think he was testing me. He knows I love doing that. And I'd been looking forward to it all week. And I don't put it before him. But he just thought, you know what? You going to listen to me? And so I didn't go. But and I've been thinking about it ever since. I sure wanted to go. And I still, it's like when a father corrects you and you want to go, and then you say, well, everything was fine. I don't know why I couldn't go, but you know what I mean? So anyway, I just thought I'd share that. It was pretty cool. It's awesome. And I just, I'm not saying it because I didn't go and I want everybody to think, well, I listened to him. No, I was worried that he might give me a toss on the concrete just to get it through my head again. So I did not go.
Hey, Phil, have you ever heard it's better to ask forgiveness than permission?
Yes, I know that, but something moved me to ask for permission. I don't always do that, but for some reason, I was moved to ask. So, yeah, and he might flip it around and go, well, I wouldn't have cared if you'd gone. Why'd you ask me? So then I'm tempted him to say, okay, well, let's just see if he'll listen to me. That kind of thing. He's the master of it. And no matter what I try and do and try to, how you try to rationalize your behavior and rationalize things. And you're sitting there and he's sitting there going, dude, I know he's not saying that, but it's just like, what do you think you're doing? You can't, no matter what answer you give me, it's the incorrect answer. Don't try to battle with me. It's impossible. But it's just cool, the banter of going back and forth. And he blesses you for these things. So, eventually, but it's just one of those things. But it's stuck in my mind. It's still in my mind of this thing. And, now, of course, it's gotten cold and I can't go. So anyway, it was just interesting.
Yeah, the children of Israel did the same thing, didn't they? They were praying and begging him to get them out of bondage. right? Deliver them, get them out away from the Egyptians. And then all they did was grumble and cry and grumble and complain and want to go back to Egypt after he did got them out. It's the same kind of thing, man. Yeah, the human mind is so weird, you know. It's like we're not happy where we're at, and then if he takes us and puts us where we want to go, now we're not happy there, so now we want to go do something else or even go back. I mean, it's crazy. Like we forget that we weren't happy there to begin with. You know what I'm saying? Short memories, I guess.
Well, yeah, and on another note, I've really noticed lately a lot of testimonies of rockers, actors. They've said publicly, I won't mention names, but they'll say, I got all this money, I made it, and I found out that it's not what I thought it was going to be, and I'm still depressed. I'm still this, and then they're going. Of course, they're giving testimony to the J man. So look what Satan's doing. He knows that a lot of people are waking up. So now he's going to fold this back on itself. Take these people that, you know, this one guy had $3 million in his checking account, let alone in his big account. And, but then he was completely broken. But then now he's given testimony to the false name, but he's gone through all this tribulation, and they're going to lead millions. Somebody like that will lead millions to that false, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's very powerful because there's so many people that follow those types of individuals. And then they give this testimony of course, you know, and it looks like they've, you know, repented and they're going back, but he's doing this middle of the road thing. So it makes it more valid, you know. Oh, it changed my life. I feel better about myself now and all these things, you know, and the money doesn't matter and that kind of stuff. So it's very crafty of the adversary. He's using these guys, these women, to show this wretchedness, and then all of a sudden they've stopped doing it and they're better, you know, but it's because of the obviously the wrong, you know, entity.
Yeah. Okay. So as we go down through here and we hit this verse 16, it says, I, Yahuwah, have sent my messenger to witness to you these in the assemblies, reminding us that he's writing letters to the present assemblies in his error here, and not just about that assembly, but this entire book, each one that gets the entire copy. And then it says, I am the root and the offspring of Dawood. This is Yahusha revealing his human nature. In the bright and morning star is Yahusha revealing that he has two natures, a divine nature as well. And the rook and the bride say, come. This is showing that they are one, or they will be one. And he who hears, let him say, come. And he who thirsts, come. And he who desires to take the water of life without paying. And so this is something free. This is not something that we earn through our own works or knowledge. It's given to us free. The pardon is free if we only ask, if we only believe, if we only obey. It's free without us having to pay for it or do any works of our own for it. It's provided to us free by Yahuwah. And then the final warning here, as I got marked as 17, last step, is a final warning to everyone hearing the words of this prophecy. And this is extremely important since we've all heard the words of this prophecy now, because we've studied this together. We need to understand this final warning and heed it. For I witness to everyone hearing the words of the prophecy of this book. If anyone adds to them, Yahuwah shall add to him the plagues that are written in this book. And if anyone takes away from the words of the book of this prophecy, Yahuwah shall take away his part from the scroll of life and out of the Kadesh city, which are written in this book. So you can lose your deliverance. You take it away from you, which is extremely shocking revelation here. He that bears witness of these things says, yes, I am coming speedily. Yes, come, Master Yahusha. The favor of our Master Yahusha Mashiach be with the Kadeshim, Maranatha. Amen. Very interesting that there's the final warnings here for adding to or subtracting from this book. But don't forget, way back here in chapter 1 of Revelation, there's also a blessing to anyone that reads this book. So it's in 1:3. Blessed is he who reads and those hearing the words of this prophecy. And so you can either read it or hear it in your ears and guard what is written in it, for the time is near. So it also offers you a blessing and the curse at the end as well for adding or subtracting from it. Okay, so there it is. That concludes our study of Revelations. And now, does anyone have any questions, comments, anything else that they want to talk to about Revelations, anywhere from chapter 1 all the way to 22? Go ahead, Shelley.
Thank you. Just wanted to maybe open up for some thoughts. Verse 19, 22:19. And if anyone takes away from the words of the book of this prophecy, Yahuwah shall take away his part. So is that another way of saying his name, or is that speaking to we each have a role that is part of this scroll of life? I think for the most part, I know I did for most of my life, I didn't really think too deeply about the book of life, just that it's where all of our names are. But for it to say, take away his part, to me, that sounds like a role. And out of the Kodesh city, so that makes me think, well, are there going to be, so that's just certain believers who are going to be in the Kodesh city, because he's going to have a new Eretz and a new Shamayim. Everybody's not going to be just in this Kodesh city. You know, there are going to be nations still. And my understanding, and I'm not fully in affirmation on this myself, but my understanding is they're still going to come at certain times of the year, bringing offerings, not offerings or something, to the city. So there's going to be a city, and then there's still going to be those living outside the city. You know, there's going to be a brand new Eretz. So I just thought about that. Who are the ones inside the Kodesh city and who are the ones outside of the Kodesh city? And what are the roles of the scroll of life? And, you know, this whole chapter seems to be a before and after kind of a thing. So it is a little confusing, and you got to kind of sit back and meditate on that, I think, and tie it into previous chapters. You know, we know this whole book goes in different phases, because when it says, and the Ruach and the bride, this is verse 17, it just struck out to me, you know, the Ruach and the bride say, come. Well, wait a minute. Who are the Ruach and the bride saying come to? So where does that fall in the timeline? You know, and he who hears, let him say, come. And he who thirsts, come. And he who desires it, take the water of life without pain. Is that another before statement, you know? Because otherwise, who are they speaking to? So those are just some things to think about. I thought, you know, maybe were interesting. Did I make sense with how I said that?
Yeah, but that was a lot of questions. let me just say this real quick, Phyllis, just real briefly. Okay, where it says Yahuwah shall take away his part, this would be more like a portion, okay, which would be more like an inheritance. Okay, so say you have a family of 10 kids. Each one has a part in that inheritance or a portion. So he's going to take away your portion of the inheritance. So you're not going to get eternal life. It's losing your deliverance, your part in the scroll of life. Your name's going to be removed. So you're going to lose your inheritance, your portion, which is everlasting life. Okay, is what that is talking about. Um, the people that are outside in the eternal reign are this is the other flock. Okay, you can't number them. So inside the city, which is going to be quite large, you're going to have Yahuwah and his body, the 144, and those that were beheaded. Okay, and outside of that city, it's going to be all the other ones that were brought in, the other flock at the white throne judgment. The sheep will be gathered and allowed into the rain, and the goats will be thrown into the lake of fire and annihilated. So yes, there's going to be a great number of people, okay, in the eternal reign. All right, the other flock will be there, and it's going to be a huge amount. The size that a man can't number them. There's going to be so many people. And so to get back up to where it says, "And the Ruach and the bride say, come," when you're a Nazarene, when you've entered the eternal reign, okay, you have now become the bride. You are in the everlasting covenant, and you have been immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh. So therefore, you are the bride, and the Ruach HaKodesh is indwelling you. You are become his temple, right? And so that's a shadow or a foreshadow of a type of what's to come. All right. So at this point, when you speak, then it can be the Yahuwah and his bride say, come, as we're trying to work the harvest before the millennium reign. Okay. And then you had a question, and I can't quite remember what you said now, but it wasn't, it's not, whatever it was, is not pertaining to eternal life. It pertains to millennium reign. It's big difference between the millennium reign and the eternal reign. So I'm saying you got to see where it fits. Are we talking millennium reign? Or are we talking eternal reign? Because they're two complete different reigns. Okay. I can't remember all the questions, but I remember the answer to it. So anyway, go ahead, Phyllis.
Thank you.
You answered all those questions perfectly well. Thank you very much, Mark.
Okay. So anyway, anybody else? Jilly, did I answer all your questions, or was there anything else hanging out there I forgot about?
No, that was good. I mean, there's some things I have to contemplate still. And I love this, iron sharpening iron thing, to go back to what Phil was saying earlier. I wanted to say that I appreciate, I think we are one in the body, but I think the Ruach speaks through each of us in different ways, and our eyes are open to different things. And that's why it's really good to speak on them so we can grow together.
Yeah, 100% agree. Anybody else? Questions about Revelations at all? It's been a wonderful study. Been quite long, but I hope you all got as much out of this study as I did. I mean, it seems to be that once we are able to identify here what's going on in this book, that a lot of the chaos, confusion that just soars around us about Revelations can be cleared up. But it takes effort, it takes time, it takes willingness to study, and ask hard questions and answer hard questions, and this type of thing. And it's the only way, really, because Revelations is probably, it may be the number one book out there, but it's definitely top three that causes a lot of hurt feelings and divisions among people, because there's so many hundreds of private interpretations of what Revelations means. And people have been being led by false prophets, people who have not did enough studying, and they've come to these conclusions. They think they're right. They want to be right, They think they understand, but then when somebody else comes along and presents a different interpretation or a different point of view, it hurts their feelings and they usually skedaddle. So Revelations is a hard book. So if you're going to talk with others and teach others on Revelations, make sure you got your mind together and you're straight on what you're saying, because you can cause hurt feelings very quickly, even by speaking truth. And Paul revealed that when he said, "Have I become your enemy speaking truth to you?" You see what I'm saying? So even if you say, "Well, I'm speaking truth, you shouldn't be mad," you can still cause division and hurt. So it's a hard one to tackle. I would do it gingerly, and I wouldn't do it at all until I had a really good understanding of what's going on. Like I said, hundreds, maybe even thousands of different interpretations on this book. It can cause problems. That not necessarily needs to be, because it's a good understanding of Revelations, a deliverance issue, a salvational issue. It may be. But again, maybe not. So we got to be careful. That, and I will say calendars, speaking about different calendars and when the day begins, when Shabbat starts and the day begins, and Revelations, okay, may be your top 3 issues to tiptoe around, because it can cause division. And then we can add outside sources to that also causes heartache and division, and by that I'm meaning flat earth theory, serpent seed theory, this type of thing. So be careful, out there as you're sharing the Besorah of Yahusha. You really want to stay focused on that, unless you're in a group or people that are willing to come in there and associate with you and have a group meeting with an exegesis mindset, and then get into the other stuff. But really, we all should really be more focused on the Besorah of Yahusha. That's our foundation. That's our main focus, y'all. We're going off on this other stuff because we want to cover the entire Nazarene writings when we begin this Zoom at noon. And we're getting close now. We only have Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John to go. We're done.
Can we start over afterwards?
Go ahead, Raul.
Just my two cents, like they say. I think that none of it should divide any of us in all this, because everybody that I'm speaking for myself, which is a person that is trying to learn and catch up, that to a lot of you that have been studying for a lot of years. So every single person that comes on here helps me learn. So when somebody leaves for a small little difference, other person get shortchanged, because we need to learn from everybody. I mean, we love Mark, and Mark is very good, but Shelley is good, Toria is good. All of you that have been on here are good. And like he even says that he learns from you guys too. So we need for all of you that have good insight in the Ruach to share, so people like me can learn. So we really need not to divide, especially over little bits and bits of things that are sometimes not all that specific importance. Because I think obedience and the love of Yahusha is the most important thing. That we all love them, that we all treat each other well, that we share our love, that when we can help a fellow person, we help them. Those I think are the most important things. Not if the earth is flat or not flat, and all those other things. So I hope I had to say it because I learn a lot from all of you. So I love to see all of you, and thank you.
I agree with you, Rule, very much.
Okay, y'all. Unless is there any more questions at all? If not, I'm going to conclude the study in Revelations to be concluded and over with. Next week we'll begin Yehukanan. We'll go into Yehukanan next week. Thank everybody for your participation and love everybody. I'm going to turn it over to the body right now because I got to go to the bathroom. So I'll be back in a little bit listening to you. Go ahead and take over you.
Oh, Phil, I was just going to say something to you. I know you're still listening, Phil. I just wanted to say that I really liked the fact that you shared that with us. It's a lesson and it's a reminder that if we, that once in a while, Phil said that he just oddly, he asked permission to go on this trip, and I think we need more often to reassure ourselves with Yahusha if we are doing the right thing, because we might spend our time going on a trip when he really needed us to be home to answer a phone call. Sometimes there's phone calls that are very highly important for Lou and I to answer. Not that that's important, but I'm just saying I liked Phil's example of listening to and getting advice on our daily activities. I think it's time for Yami to sing.
She heard you.
I'd just like to bring up one thing I forgot with Shelley. When Shelley brought up that point there where she saw that plural in there, trees, that look just that little trees. When she brought that up, that's how we study. That's how we learn. Okay. So you don't want to read through there fast. You know how many times I've read that and I never noticed that being a plural word until she brought it up. So this is how we study. You dissect every sentence word by word and look at it real hard. If it's singular, is it plural? This kind of stuff is what helps us learn and obtain more knowledge of Yahuwah. And so that's really great, Shelley, that you noticed that and brought that up. That's the fine tuning that we all need as a Nazarene to be able to do. So when you study, slow way down, go into granny gear, and read very carefully. And it helps a lot. That's what you want to do.
Must be because I'm a grandma. No,
Slow down. Yeah, good. That was a good catch, though. I never noticed that. So.
And Shelley, I think you always have a lot to offer.
Thank you, Phyllis. I'm just trying to keep myself open, and just thank you. And we all know it's Yahusha and his word. Thank you. And actually, you as well, Phyllis. I love your insight and I love your questions and I love your humility.
By the way, Raul, I hope that was okay to play Yami's song last night in the opening.
She was honored. She was honored.
All right, I just wanted to make sure I didn't offend her. By any means.
I when I first started hearing, I go, Yami, I think that's your song. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's going through her book looking for the song she wants to do. So she'll be out here in a bit.
Oh, okay, cool.
And Kinsley, you usually have a song for us too.
I did just write a new one while we were on here today.
Shame on you. You were supposed to be paying attention.
It's called I Am Yahuwah. I am Yahuwah, that is my name. So many have forgotten all of my ways, even brought my name to ruin to show up. Now in the last days, many of my children are awakening to my Kodesh name. Hallelujah, hallelujah. I threw down hell, whirlwinds, and flames of fire back in the days of Mitzrayim. When Armageddon comes, there will be pestilence, destruction, wars, and prophetic words. But who will come into remembrance? Drop down to their knees and repent for their sins. I am Yahuwah, that is my name. So many have forgotten, sorry, all of my ways, even brought my name to ruin to show up. I will protect my beloved chosen ones. I even have shortened the Yomim, so that my children, my repentant children, will survive. For there will be so many perils in the end times, no one would be able to survive it unless I shorten the time, so I can separate the wheat from the tares. The tares will be burned and the wheat will be gathered into my barn to meet with Yahusha for the wedding supper of the Lamb. Rejoice, rejoice, rejoice. I am Yahuwah, that is my name. So many have forgotten all of my ways, even brought my name to ruin to show up. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Thank you.
That was beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was listening. I was just doing something with my cat.
It's okay. I love my fur babies too.
All right.
Okay, Yami's gonna go now.
All right. You are my glory. You are the lifter of my head. I will not be afraid. I will not be afraid. I will not be afraid. You are my glory. You are the lifter of my head. I will not be afraid. 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 Kingdoms will rise, kingdoms will fall, but yours is the one that stands through it all. So I will lay down in peace, for you are the one sustaining me. You are my glory. You are the lifter of my hand. I will not be afraid, for you are the one sustaining me. You are my glory. You are the lifter of my head. I will not be afraid, for you are the one sustaining me. Sustaining me.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
That was Psalm 91, right?
No.
Huh?
That is a song from James Block, and the name is "You Are the Lifter of My Head." It's just so beautiful.
She's gonna give it a try to Psalm 91.
Why don't you go to Psalm 91 so you can, if you don't understand me, you can read it. It's on BYNV, is page 683. And I'll sing 1 through 7, and then I'll read the rest. I don't have it all yet, but he who dwells in the secret place of the Most High, who abides under the shadow of the Almighty, he is saying of Yahuwah, my refuge and my stronghold, my Elohim in whom I trust. For he delivers you from the snare of the trapper, from the destructive pestilence. He covers you with feathers, and under his wings you take refuge. He covers with feathers, and under his wings you take refuge. His truth is a shield and an armor. You are not afraid of the dread by night, of the arrow that flies by day, of the pestilence that walks in the darkness, of destruction that ravages at midday. 1,000 fall at your side and 10,000 at your right hand, but it does not come near you. Picking up on 8. Only with your eyes you look on and see the reward of the wrong ones. Because you have made Yahuwah my refuge, the Most High, your dwelling place, no evil befalls you, and a plague does not come near your tent. For he commands his messengers concerning you to guard you in all your ways. They bear you up in their hands, lest you dash your foot against a stone. You tread upon lion and cobra, young lion and serpent, you trample underfoot. Because he cleaves to me in love, therefore I deliver him. I set him on high. Because he has known my name, when he calls on me, I answer him. I am with him in distress. I deliver him and esteem him. With long life, I satisfy him and show him my deliverance. His truth is a shield and armor. You are not afraid of the dread by night, of the arrow that flies by day, of the pestilence that walks in the darkness, of destruction that ravages at midday. 1,000 fall on your side and 10,000 at your right hand, but it does not come near you. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Praise Yahusha.
I loved it. It was beautiful.
Thank you. Praise Yah. Well, that's it for today. I've been singing to Yah a lot today. what is a GUI? You were going to.
I certainly would like to see our missing brothers and sisters who used to come on here. I wonder what's going on.
I would love that also. Phyllis, you know that they've been talking so much stuff about watching us on when you go on the internet. Some people might get afraid to show their face on internet nowadays. You know, it's I don't think it has anything to do. Brother Mark had like 35 people on here today.
I said maybe one of them will pop in. Come on, guys. We won't make you sing.
Yeah, we had from last week. We went over 300 viewers, and then 2 weeks ago on our 6-day show, it went over 500. So there's people watching. They just quit coming on for whatever reason. But we need really to have participation, as far as filling in all these slots like we used to, because it helps others when they watch this to get different aspects, different opinions, and see different faces and stuff like that. So it's good psychologically. Although we're really not losing attendance. I mean, like I said, last week was busted 300, and then the 6-day show 2 weeks ago busted 500. So, and then there was 35 viewers in the chat room here today. Once I get off of here, it usually shows up around 130 where we're actually really viewing. It will say it won't show us them unless they sign in or get into the chat rooms. The only way the counter works. So right now it's saying there's 22, but there could very well be 100. We just don't know it. It's not counting them. See what I'm saying? But yeah, as far as actual participants in the live stream and the broadcast, we really need to pick it up in that stream. Because don't forget, it's not about us, it's about others, and so we want to serve others and be a good servant to our master and serve his people. And by coming on here, we serve them much better than if we just kick back and listen. So try to do it. Try to come on. I need you in here.
Yeah, when we read straight through and no one has questions, we just blow through it. But when people have questions, we can stop and look.
All right. We learn more when people start asking questions. That's when we learn the most. So questions are welcome, and comments are welcome, and different opinions are welcome, as long as we can stay civil and use exegesis mindset. It helps all of us. We all learn. I know I learn from each one of you just as much as you're learning from me. So don't quench the ruach. I know y'all are quenching the ruach, and you need not quench the ruach. Come on here and share what the ruach is giving you.
I had a drill sergeant I'll never forget, because he taught me that that if you don't ask questions, you don't learn. So when I don't know something, I always ask. I'm not embarrassed.
Hey, Sister Kinsley,
Yes.
Whatever happened to your two buddies that were beating on the drums and stuff? I haven't seen them in a while. Do you still see them?
I still see them occasionally. Sometimes I will fellowship with them at 10 on Fridays, but I haven't the last couple of weeks I haven't been able to. I just kind of been really tired and sluggish feeling, so I haven't really been able to get up that early.
Yeah, they get up real early, huh?
Yeah, and they do a fellowship together at 3 a.m. for people in other countries. And I cannot get on Netherlands time. Like I have to stay on New York time. So I can't get up that early.
That's pretty early. Huh?
Yeah.
That's hard. I used to get notices that they were on, but I don't even get them anymore. So I don't know. I'm not
Sometimes
doing much. They don't
they do one every day. They do one every day for the early morning one, but
Wow.
the music one I've seen like one of their early morning ones, and it was about this place that was like a old place where they used to have slaves, and they had a memorial there for them and stuff, and there was this weird chapel thing, and then they told a story about a chapel that burned down and stuff. And then they showed a video of this Jewish guy that was like all proud on TikTok, saying that their favorite place to sell their child sacrifices is McDonald's.
Really?
Really?
You telling me we're eating human meat when we eat at McDonald's?
Yeah, if you're eating hamburger or sausage. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm going to touch that with a 20-foot pole.
No, me neither.
I just lost my appetite.
Oh, I'm happy I just ate a pretty big meal.
You can have their French fries.
Well, the French fries are coated in something. Forgot now what, but their French fries are coated in something, and they're not 100% potatoes anyway. But I forgot now what they were coated in. You'll probably figure it out. I can probably look it up.
Is it some kind of oil or something?
I'm going to look it up.
Oh. I never heard this kind of stuff before. I did hear a long time ago that McDonald's was using kangaroo meat, but I've never heard of them using human meat. That's crazy.
I heard that a few years ago. I'm glad I don't eat there.
Look what Toria put in the shot.
Yeah, I rarely eat the McDonald's, man. Rarely. Where at, bro?
The last one there.
That's an old video, and yes, McDonald is owned by the Jews.
And Diego's comment.
They came out on the news. They did? They found traces of human meat in McDonald's meat patties. Wow. I didn't know that. Guess they were in trouble for child's meat. What? I heard the human meat story years ago.
Yuck. Oh.
Where'd that come from?
It was great seeing everybody. I'm going to sign off, but before I sign off, I was wondering if anybody wants to help me read Psalm 37 I think it's a great psalm for us all. And there's 40 verses. So we could do 4 people, 10 verses each, or would that be all right?
Yeah.
I'll help.
All
Thank
right.
you.
I will help too. Psalm what?
37.
Okay.
Okay. I'll read the first 10 and then whoever wants to pick up after that.
I can do the next time.
Awesome. Okay, Psalm 37 or Tehillim 37. Do not fret because of evildoers. Do not be envious of the workers of lawlessness, for they soon wither like grass and fade like green plants. Trust in Yahuwah and do good. Dwell in the Arets and feed on steadfastness, and delight yourself in Yahuwah, and let him give you the desires of your heart. Commit your way to Yahuwah and trust in him, and he does it. And he shall bring forth your righteousness as the light, and your right ruling as midday. Rest in Yahuwah and wait patiently for him. Do not fret because of him who prospers in his way, because of the man doing wicked devices. Abstain from displeasure and forsake wrath. Do not fret also to do evil, for evildoers are cut off. But those who wait on Yahuwah, they shall inherit the Arets. Yet a little while, and the wrong is no more. Hallelujah. And you shall look on his place, but it is not.
But the meek ones shall inherit the Arets and delight themselves in plenty of peace. The evildoer plots against the righteous and gnashes his teeth at him. Yahuwah laughs at him, for he sees that his yom is coming. The wrong have drawn the sword and have bent their bow, to cause the poor and needy to fall, to slay those who walk straightly. Their sword does enter into their own heart, and their bows are broken. Better is the little of the upright ones than the riches of many evildoers. For the arms of the evildoers are broken, but Yahuwah sustains the righteous. Yahuwah knows the yomim of the perfect, and their inheritance is forever. They are not ashamed in a time of evil, and in the yomim of scarcity of food they are satisfied. But the wrongdoers shall perish, and the enemies of Yahuwah, like the splendor of the meadows, they vanish like smoke, they vanish away.
Okay. 21. The evildoer is borrowing and does not repay, but the righteous one shows favor and gives. For his blessed ones inherit the Arets, but those cursed by him are cut off. The steps of a man are ordered by Yahuwah, and he delights in his way. Though he falls, he is not cast down, for Yahuwah is supporting his hand. I have been young, and now I am old. Yet I have not seen the righteous forsaken, or his seed begging bread. All yom long he's showing favor and lending, and his seed is for a blessing. Turn away from evil and do good and dwell forever. For Yahuwah loves right ruling and does not forsake his kind ones. They shall be guarded forever. But the seed of the evildoers is cut off. The righteous shall inherit the Arets and dwell in it forever.
No.
The mouth of the righteous speaks wisdom, and his tongue talks of right ruling.
Raul, you want to read next?
Okay. The Torah of his Elohim is in his heart. His steps do not slide. The wicked one is watching for the righteous and is seeking to slay him. Yahuwah does not leave him in his hand or let him be declared wrong when he is judged. Wait on Yahuwah and guard his way, and he shall exalt you to inherit the Areh. When the evildoers are cut off, you shall see it. I have seen the evildoer in great power and spreading himself like a native green tree. Yet he passed away, and see, he was not. And I sought him, but he was not found. Watch the perfect and observe the straight, for the latter end of each is peace. But the transgressor shall be destroyed together. The latter end of the wrong shall be cut off. But the evidence of the righteous is from Yahuwah, their strength in time of distress. And Yahuwah does help them and deliver them. That delivers them from evildoers and saves them, because they took refuge in him.
Hallelujah.
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 Thanks for the suggestion.
Oh, yeah, that was fun. I love that. Before I go, I just wanted to. Can you see it?
We see it. It's beautiful. Hallelujah.
Yes. Okay, love you all. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat
Bye.
shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye, Mark.
Your mic, Brother Mark.
Oh, oops. See ya. Oh, that was entertaining. I was saying that, as you're going out into the world, and you're dealing with the worldly people, and they don't hear you, they don't like you, they don't understand you. I mean, like I said, they can see you just as easy as you can detect them. They know you're a child of light. You know what I mean? And right away. So a lot of times they'll snub you, or they don't do what you're. And they don't help you the way you're wanting to be helped and stuff like that. It's just because they know who you are, and you don't fit into their agenda. So yeah, the wicked's going to be all over you, but in the end, they'll be cut off in front of you as well. You'll see their end. So yeah, very entertaining. I love Psalms. Psalms is so powerful. It's just ridiculous. All of them, probably more in Psalms than any other book. There's more there than any other book, really.
I love Proverbs too.
Uh, yeah, 7 head here. Yeah, we use his real name, his Hebrew name. He is Master Yahusha Hamashiach. He's Hebrew. He's not Greek. This is all Greek that you're writing here. This is coming from Greek and Latin, and so if you're going to use that name, 7 head, at least pronounce it correctly. So you would pronounce this Jesus. Jesus. It's not the J, man. It's Jesus. So if you just use your imagination just a little bit, you should come to the realization that you're saying Hail Zeus. This is a Greek name. It means Hail Zeus in Greek. It means earth pig in Latin. It means nothing at all in Hebrew. So his real true Hebrew name is Yahusha, which means Yah, your deliverer, or I am in the first person, I am your deliverer. That means something. So give that some thought. There's a few people here communicating with you on that. One Mountain Cat One says, Stephen, I did until I learned his name is Yahusha. I used to post comments like that too. I resisted the truth. I pray you to hear his true name. His name is being revealed. Praise Yahuwah. It really is. There was just a handful of people that knew his true name. Now it's all over the internet. There's different variations of it being taught, but none of them resonate with my inner man as well as Yahuwah does. Yeah. Jesus. Yeah. Yeah. So stick around, Seven Head. Maybe you'll learn some more. Anybody want to discuss his true name? Anything else to say about it?
His true name is your key to eternity. Once you are immersed and you accept his name, the name above all names, the only name by which we must be saved is Yahusha. And that, just knowing and accepting that name opens your mind to what the scriptures are trying to say, and it gives you a direct path to talk to the creator of the universe.
Because scripture says, pray in my name, not in a title.
Yeah. I remember when Kinsley, did you want to add anything about it before I was going to tell a story about the name if you didn't, unless you want to add something.
You can go ahead. I was just gonna say I found his name through loss when I lost. It was a month after I lost my grandmother, and I had thrown myself into Christianity for a month after my grandma passed, and it didn't feel right. And somebody had corrected me in a comment on YouTube, and it must have been a messenger from Yahuwah because they told me I was speaking the wrong name, and they explained it all to me. And him and his wife, we ended up having a conversation on the phone, and they emailed me, and I came into the truth through loss. And I feel like a lot of people do, and or going through perilous times in your life. Then most of the time, that's when Yahuwah will wake you up. And that's what kept me sober, was finding Yahuwah. So.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
He's a very great help in real times. His name is a strong tower, and the righteous run to it and are saved. That's Psalms, or is that Proverbs? Oh well, but when we were going to the biggest mega church here in Louisville for a while, someone had invited us, and then Lou was changing. He was reaching out. He was trying, so we did the only thing we knew that everybody else does. Let's go down the broad path, right? And then while we were going, we knew the name somehow we knew the name. And then the longer we kept going, the more we realized that they didn't use the true name. And so after church one day, circus, Lou said, we can't stand on the wall. We can't be on the fence anymore. You've got to decide. And he says, he says he has only one name, it's Yahusha. And I was so angry. I was angry. And so I went on a 30-minute walk, just shout. People, neighborhood must have thought I was crazy. I was yelling. I was so mad. I was crying. I was fussing. I was saying, why did you spend so much of my life teaching me this name? And I was young back then. But after a while, I said, okay, I accepted it. And I've never had a problem with knowing that's the true name since then.
Yeah, and the way that they pronounce the false name, is just mistranslation or misinformation. Okay, because what they try to do is hide the true pronunciation of that Greek name so that you don't get wise to the false label that they're putting on him. So, in other words, they say that we speak in English. No, I speak English, so we say it Jesus. That's a flat out lie. Okay, you don't. That's not an English name to begin with. It's a Greek name, and so the proper name, the proper pronunciation of that name is Jesus. You can ask any Latin-speaking person. Talk to a Latino. They speak Latin. They'll tell you how you pronounce it. It's a common name among boys that are born in down in Mexico and Central America.
Jesus.
Jesus. And so what that really means is hail Zeus. And so it's not anything to do with an English pronunciation or name. Okay, so if you're going to continue to use that, at least pronounce it correctly. Jesus. Jesus. Say it right. Stop saying Jesus. That's a mispronunciation. That's not only is it incorrect name, it's the incorrect pronunciation of that name. Okay? But if you want to use the true name, then say Yahusha, and you'll be pronouncing his name correctly. It's not Yeshua. It's not Yahweh. It's not Jehovah. It's none of that. It's Yahuah. Yahuah. Say it and be bold about it.
Yahuah.
Yeah. Yahuah. Yahusha. That's just it's the same name. It just has a suffix on it meaning deliverer. Yah is our deliverer. Yahuwah is our deliverer. And so it just it has to mean something in Hebrew. So as in the role of the deliverer, he has the suffix sha, which means saved or deliver. And so it means Yah, your deliverer, or in first person, I am. Yah means I am. So it means I am your deliverer. And there you go. So when you say Yahusha, you're saying Yah, your deliverer. Or in first person, I am your deliverer. If you're using the J man, you're not saying anything in Hebrew. It means it's nothing. But in Greek, it means hail Zeus. In Latin, it means earth pig. So you want to continue to call him by that mispronunciated name? Go ahead, Raul.
Draz is asking for the link.
Draz is?
Yeah.
Where's he at? I don't even see Draz.
It says ambassador of Yahuwah. That's him.
Oh. Well, let's get Yahuwah's ambassador in here. There you go, buddy.
That's a good point, Mark. We are ambassadors, and everything we say and do, we represent Yahusha. And if we fall down sometimes like I do and get mad and we act out, if anybody's watching that knows who you are, they're going to be wondering about your walk. You have to watch yourself. I watch myself anyway because I know Yahusha's watching.
Hey guys,
Hey, brother.
Hi.
how are you guys doing?
Well, we've been missing you, Draz.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
missing you.
sorry. Yeah, I haven't really joined. I've been watching. I've been listening in the background and just doing something else. I haven't really joined, but it was really interesting to listen your study. I'm just trying to be a bit, I don't know, kind of busy a little bit, listening and doing something else too, maybe like reading and listening.
Well, we're glad you're here, man. Been missing you.
Yeah, I missed you too. Yeah, missed you all too.
So you got anything to say about the true name, Draz, to help this fellow out?
Yeah, yeah, it's true that it's Yahusha because just the difference is has the suffix as you said, because it has to have Yahoo and Yahoo right in their name because he said I came in my father's name. And we can actually see that in actually Exodus 20 chapter 23 verse 21, because Yahuwah says, "For my name is in him." Right, so that's definitely one clue that he came in his own father's name. Actually, in his authority, that kind of means. And also Psalms chapter 68 verse 4, it says his name Yah. So that's one clue. I'm just trying to help him out if he is willing to learn.
Your mic, brother Mark.
Yeah, I think the guy's interested and willing to learn because he's on here. He wouldn't be here if he wasn't. But I hear One Mountain Cat 1 says, I had a hard time saying his name. It sounded so foreign to my ears. Now J-Man hurts my ears. And that's a good point, because when somebody says J-Man, not only does it hurt my ears, but I've noticed that when people say that name, they say it reluctantly. It's almost like they're hesitating to say that name. It's like their subconscious mind is letting them know that it's not right. So like they almost have to force it out. I never noticed that before, but I notice it a lot now.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Some people actually have this false doctrine or false teaching that Yahusha is actually an angel or whatever, that they think he's kind of like less, not superior, but that he's just an angel,
Like an archangel Michael or something. I think them
I don't know, something like, I don't know, the Torah observants, some folks are kind of saying that he's an angel and kind of like an angel of the covenant, all of that, but I think they kind of don't really understand, because actually it says my messenger, which kind of like, which gives message of Yahuwah or something like that. I don't really think it's, because the term messenger can actually mean more than just an angel, right? For example, if we go to like Malachi chapter 3, that's like in first person that he says that, something like it says that he shall come in his temple, or I shall come in my temple, or something like that. I don't really remember, but it's Yahuwah saying that. I don't know. It's kind of really hard to. They kind of think that an angel kind of, died for the transgression of sins, but that just makes no sense. Because Yahuwah is the deliverer, not an angel.
People argue with me about the Trinity doctrine too. They say that the Son sits at the right hand of the Father. And
Yeah,
I always tell them that it's either 47 or 57 times in Scripture it says, "I am one. I am one with the Father. I am what if you see me, you've seen the Father."
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just really hard to tell them.
Yeah.
I mean, you can give them all. Like I gave him literally like every type of verse. But then they say something like "Get out of here with your nonsense" or something like that, and then they just block me when I did nothing. I literally didn't even use my opinions, but just what's written. I just don't get it. They're just gonna lean to their own understanding, which we shall not do. Because when we go to Malachi 3, it says that my messenger, which is Yehukanan the immerser, he shall prepare the way before me. And then when we go to Yehukanan chapter 1, it says that prepare the way for Yahuwah. I have to be very, very careful, man. It's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of really annoying when people kind of twist the scriptures.
Yeah, here One Mountain Cat 1 says his name also sounds like a shout of joy. Yahoo.
Yahoo! Yeah. There's also an email called yahoo.com.
And the first sound from an orange mouth, a cry, ooh ah, ooh ah, ooh ah. Is that beautiful? I've never really noticed that.
Yeah.
There is a video on YouTube where they listen to the bronchial tubes of our lungs when we're breathing, and when we're inhaling and exhaling through our bronchial tubes, it makes the sound of his name. The breath of life sounds like Yah-hoo, ah, Yah-hoo, ah. You ever see that video, Travis?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I could probably bring that up.
Jesus is not a step toward revival. He's revival.
Okay, hang on a minute. That was a commercial attached to it.
I reposted that video a while back on my community page.
What, did you?
Yeah.
Let me see. Where is it? Oh, here it is. And I'll do it. This is from Yahuwah, the sound of breathing, the breath of life. It's posted by the Disciples of the Way. It's a YouTube video. It's been online for a while.
I think I've seen that before.
Now here it is. I'll go ahead and play it.
Wow, that's great. Oh, that was amazing.
Yeah, ain't that wow? Yeah, my wife's an RN, and when we first saw this video, she went to work. She was working second shift at the time, and she went in there and told her RN friends about it. So they all started listening to their breathing, at those mic they use. And she come back and said that they all agreed that it was saying Yahuwah. They could hear it.
Wait, is there any kind of is there like a headphone or something to hear, or?
Yeah, what is that called when doctors listen to your breathing and
Oh
your
yeah,
heart?
that. Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
Can't remember what that's called, man. But yeah, that's what they were using. They all had a pair,
Stethoscope.
Yes, stethoscope. That's what it is.
That'd be kind of cool to actually hear.
Yeah. So they all were doing it at work. They were listening into each other's heart, and even the patients and stuff. That stethoscope. She come back and said, "Yeah, they all agreed. All the nurses on that shift agreed that that's what it was saying."
Oh, that's really amazing. Wow, that's really mind blowing.
Yeah, man.
So there,
And it's all,
some people don't really believe that there is actually a creator, but we ourselves are the proof that he exists. Obviously.
oh yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we're the evidence that he exists for sure.
Absolutely. It's kind of like he gave part of himself to his to his creation, because he said, let us create, or well, no, not really like that, I guess, but he created kind of like in his likeness, or essence, or whatever, something like that. I think essence sounds more better to say, I guess, like essence, more like an image, because Yahuwah doesn't really have an image, I guess. Well, I mean, he does. I mean, he's Yahusha, obviously, but like I'm trying to say is that he gave part of himself to his creation. Like his bread of life. because when he breathed to Adam, he gave part of himself. Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah. He's also, his name is also on our hearts. It's also in the valleys around Jerusalem. The valleys also make the letter Shin. So Shin, which looks like our W, is actually it means Shaddai. So it references Yahuwah, the letter Shin. So it means Shaddai, references Yahuwah. So here I'll show you.
They're also like in somewhere in Jerusalem, like in a modern Hebrew, the name Yahuwah with 4 letters. Somewhere in the wall.
Oh, on the wall, yeah, that green
I saw
growth on
that.
the
Yeah.
that's in the modern Hebrew, whatever you call it.
Would be more cooler if it's actually Paleo Hebrew. It'll be way more cooler.
Yeah, it'd be way cooler, but it's pretty
Yeah.
cool. But here it is. Here's the heart. So in your heart, here's the letter Shin, which represents Shaddai. You see in our heart, the human heart, here it is. It goes right here, up here, and right up in here. Forms the letter Shin. So his name is in our heart.
Wow.
And there's a lot of that going on there. And it's on your face even. Yah's on your face. It's written on your face and in the palms of your hands as well. Matter of fact, there was a woman that used to come on End Time Watchman, and she got a hold of me one time. We were talking back and forth in email, and she sent me a picture of her palm of her hand, and with the lines on the palm of her hand actually spelt Yah.
Wow.
It's crazy. She said she was born with it.
Oh, that's crazy. That's amazing.
It was
Mm.
at the time, but I don't know. I'm going to do it again. Show you this. I think this is it. Yep. And check this out. So this is the valleys around Jerusalem. The Kidron Valley, Kidron Valley. I can't remember the other two. But this is Jerusalem. And these valleys, remember where it says in Scripture that he wrote his name? He chose Jerusalem, wrote his name there forever. Here's the Shin. These valleys make up the letter Shin, which represents, like I said, Shaddai, El Shaddai, or Yahuwah.
Yeah, Shaddai kind of means like Almighty, right?
Yep. Yeah. Overwhelmingly mighty. Almighty. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of amazing too.
Mm.
You can see that from space, these valleys in Jerusalem that makes up the letter Shin.
Yeah.
Pretty cool stuff, man. Yeah. I used to have a lot of stuff like that, but on my old computer, most of it's on my old computer. When I switched over computers, I lost a lot of that.
I actually noticed a lot of people kind of, I don't know, turn like an atheist or something. I don't know. It's probably because of religions. I don't know. Christianity is kind of, I don't know. It makes people to be kind of like more like an atheist instead of real believers. Because it's kind of creates people to be like lukewarm because Christianity, there's no, I wouldn't say rules, but like they don't really live as what Yahuwah said.
Yeah.
It's kind of sad.
Yeah, Yah, his name Yah is the mutative name. That's in our DNA.
Yep.
So yeah, he's all over us, man. They even say now they found Yahuwah's fingerprint in each one of our cells has a light in the cell. It's
Wow.
his fingerprint. Yeah. As these cells begin to die and all these lights start going out, they said sooner or later, when enough lights go out, you die.
Oh, wow. It's amazing.
Yeah. Here's a little bit of it here. I'll show you. Like I say, I had a lot more. I lost most of this stuff. I'm surprised I even have this. Here it is. The name of the Most High Yah is written on all human DNA. Yah is one of the most ancient names for God that exists. This picture below is the DNA breakdown of humans. Is this a coincidence? So there you go.
Yeah.
You see, here's the Yod. Yeah. Pretty amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's in every human DNA. That's why everybody's talking about the snake bite goes in there and disrupts this and breaks this name up. So it doesn't say Yah anymore. It says the devil's name. He's trying to destroy the DNA. It spells it, that proves that you belong to Yah in the DNA. That's what
Aren't
they
they
did.
trying to? Yeah. Sorry if I interrupt. I'm just trying to say, aren't they kind of trying to kind of like mess up with our DNA? Isn't
Yeah,
that going to be like us in the days of Noah? Because that's what Yahusha said.
it could be. It's a
But isn't it going to
possibility.
be more? I think it's going to be more like maybe more terrible than in the day of Moses. Oh, actually, day of Noah. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it's a possibility. Now, I don't know if that man's still on here that was talking about his name, but here's something that has to do with the name.
I really hope he's still in there.
I hope he's still here. I don't know. I haven't heard from him. But here we go. See, here's the origins of that name. As you can see, they're taking Zeus here. Okay. Here's Jupiter, and here's Zeus. Hail, Zeus, Jesus, Jesus. And they're adding that to this God here, this female, Krishna. Krishna is where they're getting Krishna, they're getting Christ from that. And then that equals Hail, Zeus, Krishna, or in our modern terms, it would mean Hail or Jesus Christ. That's where they're getting that by Hail Zeus plus Krishna equals Jesus Christ. It's Constantine's creation of a new God for his new universal religion, which we know is Catholicism. Catholicism means universalism. So this is the God that they created to get people to worship their universal God, their new creation, their new God that they formed. And they named it after their GODs. Zeus and Krishna equals Jesus Christ. So there's where you're getting that name from, buddy, if you're still on here. All right. So maybe, hopefully now you can see why we don't use that name. Yeah, I haven't seen him here in a while. He did post some comments on my videos, though. He might still be in here. Who knows? There's still 18 people watching, so that we know of.
Just like Yahuwah says in Judges chapter 10, verse 13 and 14, it says, "But you have forsaken me and served other mighty ones. Therefore, I do not save you again. Go and cry out to the mighty ones which you have chosen. Let them save you in your time of distress." And the children of Israel said to Yahuwah, "We have sinned. Do to us whatever is good in your eyes. Only deliver us today, please." It's amazing how that kind of applies today too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Krishna is a Hindu sun deity, according to Lou.
Sure is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I have a friend. You probably remember Chiri, right? She was
Yeah.
before in Hinduism. She kind of knows these Hindu deities, but she doesn't really. I mean, she don't like that anymore. She only wants to serve Yahuwah. She also one time had this book that was about herbs and something like that, but then she saw like other deities and she just removed it because she didn't want to how I say, kind of offend Yahuwah for having other mighty ones or pictures which she used to have.
Yeah, I can't stand it when people say Christ,
I can't either.
I hate that.
Because in Hebrew scriptures it's actually Mashiach. That's Hebrew, Mashiach.
Yeah.
That's what Hebrew Israelites have, Mashiach, not Christ. Because Christ is just pagan stuff. I mean, it's really old. I think wasn't it like this Egyptian deity called Osiris or something like that, like the first resurrected Christ, like Osiris. I don't really know how it's pronounced, like Egyptian deity. I think I had this video before.
Yeah.
I can't really stand that name at all. JSUS Christ.
I can't. It bugs me. I can't stand to hear it. It hurts my ears.
Whenever I hear that, I just hear lawlessness. Like I just see, okay, that's the guy who got away with the law.
Yeah. Well, time for another song, isn't it? Yami volunteering, Kinsley volunteering, Phyllis volunteering. Do you sing, Draz?
Not really.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah.
Here's Lou said the followers of Sirius were Serapis called themselves Christians in 200 BCE at Alexandria. So there you go. That's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, that one. Yeah. It's kind of like the first resurrected Christ in a way.
Yeah. Right.
And then and then the circus fathers, they kind of adopted that term.
That's just crazy, isn't it? That they adopted all these pagan God terms and stuff like that, and they just throw them around like there's nothing to it, man. Like it's totally acceptable and okay.
It also makes me a bit. I mean, it made me before like really mad, and it still does, because they removed the name Yahuwah with the 4 Hebrew letters.
Yep.
You know, also Lou has like this article, I think, or in LinkedIn. I don't really know how the LinkedIn, I think, about Josephus. I don't really know, but he was this historian who actually saw, like, literally saw the Hebrew letters of Yahuwah.
Yeah.
That was really interesting. Yeah, Josephus. Yeah. I mean, it just really makes me so upset that they really took that out.
Yeah, man. What gets me upset is all the lies that they use to cover up the lies, and they lie even more to cover up those lies. And before you know it, it's all lies.
Yeah.
You can't find any truth in Christianity, man. It's just lie upon lie upon lie.
Yeah, kind of people like act that they're, I don't know, good people, or I'm not saying acting, but I guess they just don't really know. They kind of say, oh, we have to just love him and stuff, but I don't really know how to actually love the neighbor. It's kind of like, do not lie, do not steal, and all of that. But yet they have the nerve to say that no one can keep the 10 Commandments. Like, no one can lie, no one can steal. Like, come on. I mean, what I mean to say, like, no one can keep the commandment, like, do not steal, do not lie.
Right.
It's just ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Yeah, after 2,000 years of covering up their lies, they're pretty good at it.
Yeah.
You know, they got to lie forever.
I think there's also like in Romans somewhere where it mentions that kind of like his people getting mad to the Gentiles or something like that. I'm not quite sure. It was something about Moses. I don't really remember. But it was something like that, I think.
Yeah.
But also, there's also a good clue also in Romans chapter 2, I think 23, that says, for the name of Yahuwah is blasphemed because of you, as it is written, which is Isaiah 52, verse 5 to 6. That's also one clue that his name is important and is blasphemed for G-O-D and L-O-R-D and all that.
Yeah.
But I guess not everyone will be chosen, I think, because it says that for many are called, but few are chosen. I guess that really means that many are called to the truth, but few are chosen. I think that really means that.
Perhaps because he knows our hearts, Draz.
Yeah, sure does.
Well, y'all, we've been on here for 5 hours. I think I'm going to dash off here. Raul, you want to take us out with the priestly blessing, buddy?
Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you shalom. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them. Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch
Baruch
haba
haba
b'shem
Hashem
Yahuwah.
Yahuwah.
Baruch
Baruch
haba
Yahuwah.
Baruch
Baruch
haba
Hashem.
Hashem
Yahuwah,
Yahuwah,
Baruch haba
Baruch
Hashem.
haba
Hashem,
Hashem,
Baruch
Baruch
haba
haba
Hashem Yahuwah,
Hashem
Baruch
Yahuwah,
haba
Baruch
Hashem.
haba Hashem.
Thank you all. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Love you all.
Love you all. Be
See you
safe.
guys.
See
You
you
too.
next week.
See you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.